important. So I was going to say, for those of you who are participating, the meeting is recorded. So now you know. So let me ask Mr. Jones, our board clerk and super helper, if everyone who has asked to be logged on is now logged on.
Yeah, we have about 36, President Dolan, and more are coming in.
Okay, there might be some particular to their item. So I will begin by officially calling this meeting of April 28th, 2023 of the Central Valley Flood Protection Board into session. I'm not sure if I said my name is Jane Dolan. I'm the president of the board, so I preside. And happy to have you here. So Mr. Jones, will you please call the roll? We'd like to determine officially who's here and the quorum. Mr. Jones.
Yes, Board Member Bosler,
Here.
Board Member Grego,
Here.
Board Member Ramirez. Here. Board Member Countryman,
Present.
Secretary Johnson.
I'm here.
Vice President Valines,
Here.
President Dolan.
I'm here. I always count who says present and who says I'm here. Fussy. This is our first business meeting where our new executive officer is present. So while I introduced him at the workshop, we don't have minutes of that, but we do have minutes of the business meeting. So I want to introduce and welcome our new executive officer, Chris Leaf. We are thrilled to have him on board. It's now been 2 weeks. He's right next to me. He's on my right. Actually, Mr. Valines is on my right. All right, a very brief review of the agenda. I'm going to try not reading each item of the agenda in my review, but just indicate where things might change. I do meet with staff and have a run through before. So Mr. Wright, our chief engineer, has indicated everything is in order. And those that need a response from the Corps, we receive that and we can proceed. So when we come to an item, I'll announce what that item is. There'll be a slight reordering per me. I'm going to move the legislative report, which is item 7, to further on in the agenda to do it with item 11, which is board discussions and board reports. And I understand Mr. Soon has been told that. You're going to stay here anyway because you like us. Okay. Right. So let's move on to the minutes. Let me call on our secretary, Brian Johnson.
Good morning. I think this mic is working. So this was to be the February 24th minutes. And my understanding is that because of a hitch in our system, they weren't distributed until late. So I'm going to recommend that we approve them next month.
Okay, thank you for that. The minutes of February 24th will be on our next month's agenda so that we have a little more time to look at them. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Somebody always says if I've missed something. Item number 5 is consent items. Consent items are placed on consent because they have had all the thorough review except for board action and are considered appropriate, routine, and ready to be approved. So it's done with one motion unless someone wants an item to be removed. If it's removed, we vote on what remains and then we listen to concerns for what's removed. There are 7 items. 3 are transmittals of letters of intent from local maintaining entities to the Corps. And what we would do with this action is approve them being forwarded. There are 3 permit items that our permitting staff indicate are fully in order and ready to be approved. And there's 1 transfer of operations and maintenance to a local entity for which we had a preliminary informational presentation pretty thorough at our last meeting. So let me ask first, any board member want to remove an item or items? Here, nothing, so no. Does anyone in the audience wish to remove any of the items if you remove them there to be discussed? I see no hands up. Anyone online put a hand up, Mr. Jones?
No hands, President Dolan.
So that being said, it's ready for action. So is there a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented? Motion
Second.
by member Grego,
I'll second.
by Member Countryman. The motion is before us. Please call the roll, Mr. Jones.
Board Member Bosler,
Aye.
Board Member Grego,
Yes.
Board Member Ramirez,
Aye.
Board Member Countryman,
Yes.
Secretary Johnson,
Aye.
Vice President Belines, President Dolan.
Yes. It doesn't matter if you say aye or yes, it passes. So that, yes, the ayes carry. Thank you for letting the president know that. The consent agenda is approved. The vote was unanimous of all 7 board members present. We're at item 6. This item is called public comment. It's called that because every legislative or public entity of the state of California has a spot on their agenda for members of the public to provide comments to the board. There cannot be any comments on an agenda item because you'll have that opportunity when the specific agenda item is called. So it is a non-agenda item, and you're welcome to do that. I have 4 people who do wish to be called, and I will call on them. But please know that we do not enter into a conversation or discussion. We hear from you. So I will start with Mr. Mark Berry. And then after these 4, I'll ask if there's any others, but we'll call the ones who are gracious enough to give us a card. Oh, we've got. Good morning.
Good morning. Morning, Honorable Board, and thank you for the opportunity to make public comment. My name is Mark Berry. I'm president of the Tiffany Farms Homeowners Association. Our Tiffany Farms is in Rancho Cordova, and we're surrounded by 4 levees. We're concerned about a fill of 20 acres of the floodway directly downstream of our property. The levee will be about 5 feet higher than the rest of our property, and it'll be about 10 feet higher than our building pads. I've commented upon this before in May of 2021 and June of 2022, but I'm here to make the board aware of a new proposal that's come about to fill 20 acres of the American River floodway along the American River Parkway. The site's known as the CASA site. In October 2020, the city of Rancho Cordova told the developer TrueMark that they would need an EIR. But now TrueMark intends to submit an SB 330 application under the Affordable Housing Act. And the cover letter to that intent to file the application states that the initial application qualified for a CEQA exemption. And then the letter further goes on to state that the project is allowed by right. Under the by right provision, the city cannot require a discretionary approval that would constitute a project under CEQA. And so that causes our homeowners association some concern. The proposed project is on a 40-acre site. 20 acres is in this lower basin floodway. It has a base elevation for design of 62.5 feet. That puts their building pads at 65 according to their drawings. Well, the existing lower basin directly adjacent to us varies between 47 feet and 58 feet. And therefore, they want to propose to fill up to 18 feet of soil into the floodway. Now, to raise the elevation, to do this, they have to build a retaining wall 6 feet high, and that's going to be 20 feet from the river bluff edge. This retaining wall has 3 gaps that will remain at the existing grade in the floodway. One is directly next door to our southern levee, creating a channel at the existing grade floodway. The geotechnical report for the area says that the soil is sandy, loose sandy gravel. Property is also in erosion zone 4 and subject to 10 feet of erosion within 10 years. So we're concerned about this channel directly along our southern levee would be subject to scouring erosion, but also that the retaining wall being proposed would be subject to scouring erosion potentially within 20 years by those erosion tables. Again, Tiffany Farms Homeowners Association sits inside 4 levees. Our home pads vary between 56 and 60 feet. On our south side levee, directly adjacent to this TrueMark property, is going to have this 15+ foot gap at the existing grade in the floodway. And we're concerned this creates a channel for the floodwater to back up against and increase our flood hazard to our HOA, which has a much lower levee on that south side. Now, we're not opposed to development of the upper tier of the property, and we think that would even be a good idea. We're just concerned about the scouring erosion and the backup of floodwater potentially overflowing into our HOA. People think that taxpayers have spent billions of dollars on floodway protection and even floodway expansion. And for this proposed development to proceed would be in the wrong direction and creates an unnecessary threat to public health and safety.
Mr. Berry, if you could wrap up in about a minute, that'd be appreciated.
Thank you very much.
Oh, you did that even better. Thank you. Mr. Jim Cassis?
Excuse my voice. It's lost part of my vocal cords to COVID. But my experience with the Tiffany Farms area started when I was a teenager, probably before any of you were born. I caught my first steelhead right in front of the house where I now live.
Excuse me, Mr. Cassis, would you mind please stating your name for the record?
Oh,
Thank you.
Just said it. It's Jim Cassis. Had the opportunity of buying a home there, buying a lot, building a home there in 1978. I lived on that street ever since. My wife, who passed away a couple of years ago, had a little sign in our window, and she sat there every morning with coffee. The sign says, "The river is our happy place." And the river is a happy place. The river has always been a happy place, except in 1986, the river was not a happy place. And in 1997, the river was not a happy place. And my wife and I and the rest of our residents in Tiffany Farms lived in fear of the flooding, of our levees not holding, or the water that flowed onto my uncle's property next door, which is now going to be the subject of this TrueMark development, would not hold, and the water would come into our homes. I remember in 1986, my neighbor John Reinen had in his yard a tube where the stormwater would come out into his yard and flow into the river basin, and the flapper valve on it stuck, and the water was coming up through that tube into our driveway. And we were out there with wrenches trying to crank that thing and finally got it closed. But why are we here today? We're here today for one reason: greed. When TrueMark bought that property, they argued to get the price down, we can't build in that lower area. It's a flood zone. So we're all going to be able to pay you for houses on the upper part. And the minute that it stopped, that escrow closed, all of a sudden, now this is a great place to build. Well, I'm 82 years old. I've lived on that land for 45 years. I would like to die there someday. I would like to die there with the river as a happy place. I don't want to be afraid. I don't want to be fearsome of flooding. And I ask this board to make sure that I and the rest of the homeowners who are in this situation are protected, because that's why you're here. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, sir. The next card that I have is Mr. John Cassis. Apparently, our attorney wants you to say your name as well as me saying your name. Morning.
My name is John Cassis, and I'm a resident of Tiffany Farms. And the reason I'm here today is to just relive an event that happened in 1986. My house at that time backed up to the south property line that borders the lower walnut grove that we're talking about, the 20 acres. In February of 86, we had some heavy rains, the river rose, and the water came up into the orchard and flooded the orchard and came into my yard and flooded my house and brought the water up into my conversation pit, which gave me an indoor swimming pool at the time. It stopped short of the finished floor, but my whole entire front yard, the swimming pool, et cetera, is all a big pond. That's when, as is now, that is a retention area, a natural retention area. The 20 acres is low. And if they fill it, we will lose that little bit of margin that perhaps we feel more comfortable with keeping. I just wanted to share that with you. I experienced it. It's an ugly thing to have happen. And hopefully it doesn't happen again. Thank you.
Thank you. The next card that I have is Mr. Roger. Is it Orton? You told me that and so good morning, and you'll state your name.
Yeah, my name is Roger Orton, and I live next to John. And he talked about the water coming up to his place, and it just reminds me of when I first came here. We drove out over the Yolo Causeway, and it was like a lake. I thought it was a lake, and everything like that, and I didn't know the purpose of it. And I was talking with different friends and asked them why it's called the River City, and learned about how they had raised the level of the city 1 story and everything like that to be able to take care of all the flooding problems. So I thought, well, that's a good thing. And I was told that no one would be able to build in behind my house because it was in a flood area, and they would never allow that to happen. So anyway, let's say going forward in the future, this is 1986, and I remember driving down Sunrise Boulevard, and I looked over, and there's a bridge that's there. Well, the water was so high coming out that you couldn't even see the bridge. You didn't even know the bridge was there. And I thought, wow, how's that going to be down to our house? So I came down and went down to Rod Beaudry Drive, and the water was clear up almost to the height of Rod Beaudry Drive where the whole area there was flooded and that. So I went back to ours, and then I went out the back, and the housing behind us, it again looked like the Yolo bypass. It looked like a lake. The only difference was there were walnut trees sticking up out of it. And I mean, it was within inches literally of coming over there and flooding my place. So I'm looking at this and saying, well, that's a good idea. Like the Yolo bypass, they had some place for the water to go. So my biggest concern is that TrueMark is going to build something. They're going to raise that. They haven't done anything to mitigate the harm that will come to us. And then when we have another place, it has nowhere else for the water to go but our house and that. So that's my major concern, that they'll be able to do that. And thank you for your time.
I'm guessing that Brenda Gustin would be next. And you can say your name so it's pronounced correctly.
Good morning. My name is Brenda Gustin. Thank you for your expertise and your work. Many citizens are concerned, some of them are here today, about the proposed filling in of the designated floodway in Rancho Cordova along the bluff of our wild and scenic American River, adjacent to the American River Parkway. Building homes in a floodway is contrary to the overall mission of this board, the original purpose of keeping designated floodways open and even expanding them where possible, as determined in your recent update of the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. This developer, TrueMark, applied for a variance last year from your agency, withdrew their application, and then proceeded to withdraw their application for this proposed project to the city of Rancho Cordova. They then resubmitted a new proposal, increasing the amount of housing units on the property under SB 330, California Housing Crisis Act. In January of 2023, after the very first day of rain, the river rose within 5 feet right there of the bluff. There is no levee here because it's a floodway. In 1986, which was spoke about here by the Casas individuals, the river rose and filled this floodway and came within inches of flowing over the levees next door and upriver to this area. In your workshop on April 14th, it was stated how fortunate we are for the reservoirs that were empty due to drought. and that we are not clear of flooding yet this year. The Grapevine Independent newspaper last week on the 21st states record snowfall to bring high, fast rivers and streams. The Rancho Cordova City is drafting their climate action plan. This area is listed in their vulnerability assessment summary and vulnerability scoring summary, showing vulnerability rated at 4 out of 5, 5 being the highest, relative to precipitation and flooding, and states that the city is expected to see more average annual precipitation in future years as a result of climate change, with precipitation variability expected to increase substantially. Since the Rancho Cordova Climate Action Plan is setting targets aligned with that of the state of California, I would like to see the CAP specifically support the general and specific plan of Rancho Cordova, which states that building within a floodplain is not allowed, and the Central Valley Protection Board's guidance to keep all floodways or floodplains open and even expanded where possible. And there's a couple other pictures if you want to show. I see this as their civic duty to protect the health and safety of our residents, especially since the CAP also states that the Cordova Meadows levee, this is right adjacent to the property that I'm speaking, that's the one I talked about, that was the first weekend in January this year. They quote in their CAP that the Cordova Meadows levee and Sun River levee systems will be at increased risk of failure due to the potential for more intense and frequent extreme precipitation events in the future.
Ms. Guston,
I'm
these
almost
photos
done.
that have showed up on our PowerPoint are yours?
Yes.
Well, that was pretty good of you to get them. All of a sudden it showed up. So thank you. You're going to wrap up now, right?
Okay. However, since the developer is utilizing SB 330, the city considers their hands tied and that they cannot deny the proposal. I do not understand how they can follow state guidelines on one hand with their CAP, and on the other hand, approve a project they know does not comply with general and specific plans or this agency's flood protection plan. Our cities within Sacramento require interconnected communication and compliance. Can the city of Rancho Cordova ignore designated floodways and build in them no matter the cost to the residents nearby? To me, this is fiscally irresponsible and creates health and safety issues, as well as unnecessary danger and financial loss to our state, its cities, and its citizens. Thank you very much for listening. And I'd like to see this as a comment, or an agenda item if possible. And this is the Casas flooding that was referred to earlier in 1986. So this is their property, right along their property, just about to go over.
Comments? And we'll move on to new subject matter. I have two comments here. Both commenters have asked to be identified as the California Central Valley Flood Control Association. And I'm smart enough to call on the chief first, Melinda Terry.
Good morning. I'm Melinda Terry, the Executive Director of the Central Valley Flood Control Association. And I wanted to, I don't come to every meeting, so maybe I might have missed it, but what I'm looking for is, if you remember a few years ago, you guys had approved a letter to kind of open the 408 discussion for the Delta Conveyance Project. And there was public objection to that at the time and concerns. And so one of the commitments that this board made was to have transparency of what those discussions were going on and keep us updated, since it isn't a transparent process in terms of the actual discussions. So I'm hoping for a future agenda that can be added. And while part of that agenda, if it's a briefing from DWR about that project, that's fine. But again, my request is to hear more from whoever your staff is that is in the discussions with the Army Corps about the 408 process, and so that we kind of know where that's at. I know that there's some geotech drilling, but I'm assuming there are other bigger discussions going on. And if we could update it, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. I see our executive officers making a note to talk with staff. Tom Engler. Morning. You have to say your name too.
I can do that. Tom Engler, MBK Engineers, here on behalf of the Central Valley Flood Control Association and its membership. And I just wanted to quickly ask if there's been any updates to opening PLD 499 for the north area. The flooding's down in the north area. I'm hoping that maybe there's been some conversations going on and the Corps is considering that. And then we can open it later when the south area finally calms down, hopefully sooner rather than later. So all I wanted to bring up today, and hopefully we've made some progress there.
Thank you. We do have an item that's called U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Maybe. That's the end of the cards where people actually indicated they wish to speak. Is there anyone else in the audience who has a public comment where we will listen? No one raising their hands? Anyone online, Mr. Jones?
No hands online, President Dolan.
We'll proceed. Item 7, if you have the agenda in front of us, I previously announced we're moving that to item 11. So we're at item 8, United States Army Corps of Engineers. They're going to provide us information on 2 system inspections. So I'll call first on our staff, Eric Mao, to introduce the item. Good morning.
Good morning, President Dolan, Eric Mao, board staff. Right.
Good morning to the board.
Good morning to the board, Vice President Valiant. My name is Eric Mao, and I'd like to introduce Mr. Juan Gonzalez from the United States Army Corps of Engineers, or USACE. Juan is the inspection chief at the Corps' Sacramento district, and he'll give a presentation regarding his team's inspection finding for the Cache Creek RD 2035 Willow Bypass Levee System. After the presentation, I will provide board staff's analysis regarding the inspection. And after my presentation, if there are any additional questions, the local maintaining agency, Mr. Jay Punia, who represents RD 2035, Elisa Sabatini of Yolo County Public Works, and Mr. Tom Engler of MBK Engineers are present here or virtually. But with that, I'll turn this over to Juan for his presentation.
Mr. Mao, am I to call on those other names you indicated, or will you do that?
I can do that,
Thank
President
you.
Dolan.
Good morning.
Good morning, President Dolan, members of the board. Appreciate the opportunity to once again come in front of you and speak on some findings that we have on our inspections.
Great interest to us. So thank you. You'll need to say your name as well.
Juan Gonzalez, Chief of the Inspection Section at the Sacramento District Army Corps of Engineers. As Eric mentioned, the first presentation that I'm going to speak on is the levee inspection for the Cache Creek RD 2035 Willow Bypass Levee System. This slide shows a map of the system. There are 5 segments within this system. It is located within Yolo County. Got on the south side, it's got the Willow Bypass Slough, the Willow Slough, and then it's got the Yolo Bypass on the east side, and then it's got the Cache Creek on the north side. Levee system that we inspected is about 29 miles long. On this report, on this slide, we show the report card. The system is currently active. It does have an LOI SWIFT that's in place. And so the colors don't show up very well on this slide, at least on the projector, but there's 2 colors here, orange as well as purple. And so the orange are likely to prevent performance in the next flood event. Purple are unacceptable items that are not likely to prevent performance in the next flood event.
Like the orange on the paper is brown on the slide.
I'm not going to go into, I mean, you guys can see the item ratings that are unacceptable for each segment. And so I don't think I need to read those for you guys. Happy to answer questions at the end for.
Any
This-
of us guys have questions? You have photos, don't you? Oh, there they are.
On this slide, we're showing 4 photos. These are 4 photos that are throughout the system. What we're looking at here is photos 1 and 2 show erosion that's occurring
along the bank. Photo 3 is showing cracking. And so there was various types of cracking within the system. Some were associated with erosion and others were just up on higher on the slope.
Your countryman wants to know location. That was my question.
Photos are shown from actually 2 different segments. And so we have, let me go back to the report card. So the first 3 photos are actually shown from Con 2 segment, which is that middle RD 2035 Conway Unit 2 Yola bypass segment. And then the 4th photo is actually from the Willow bypass, the Willow Slough bypass Unit 1. So it's that last segment there on the left, on the right. So that 4th photo is shown showing open pipes. So this is the water side of the levee. No closures on these pipes.
Photo number 4, is that the water side or the land side, or it's hard to understand what that is?
Yeah, I can elaborate a little bit more on that one. So it is the water side. There are essentially pipes that I believe that are connected to a pump on the land side.
Wow, it's totally unacceptable.
What would that look like during a winter storm where the bypass is flooding?
We're concerned with any open pipes that are open to the water side, just trying to prevent water from getting people's feet wet or just getting the land side wet.
Don't have any photos or inspection of what it might have looked like from New Year's to March of.
No, I'm not aware.
Through the chair.
Member Grego.
Are these the encroachments with the pipes, are they just farmer pipes? Or are they utilities or private utilities? Which ones, or a combination of all of them?
There are a number of pipes that are out there beyond what I'm showing. These particular pipes are, I believe, private pipes.
Okay, like farmers' pipes.
Yes, so not part of the levee system.
Okay. And I'm assuming that this is not all of it, that there's probably other encroachment issues that are related to pipes?
There are.
And would those be private or public?
Private.
Private. Okay, thank you.
Well, it's a good thing they have a SWIFT underway. Board member questions, comments? Bosler?
I have more of a process question just on really both of the items. I noticed that in the presentation materials, both of these inspections were actually done in 2021, so well over a year ago, almost, maybe potentially 2 years ago. I'm just wondering what the steps are that you all have to take after you do the inspection to getting the report to us, because it said that we just received both these reports in April. I'm just concerned about the time lag and the delays and like getting some of these things remediated.
Appreciate the question and the concern there. There is a lag in just getting these out. We have been staffing up, and so 2 years ago we were a staff of 2 people doing inspections, and so we actually have a staff of 6 people at this point. And unfortunately, inspections is not the only thing that we do, and so there's that resource issues, but we're also making a concerted effort to streamline things. And so we do have to go through a process, as you mentioned, to process the data. And so we come back from the field and we have sometimes thousands of points that we have to go through. We look at everything from permits to as-built to O&M manuals to information that's provided in advance of the inspection. And so we're trying to compile all of that information. And so you can imagine that it takes time to process the data and just link it all together. We do use, we've talked about in this board meeting other resources that we use like USIP and just identifying how to link that information together. And so we do include that information just to make it easier for board staff as well as LMAs to understand, how we're rating things. And so part of our process part of the effort after we process the data is providing a draft report to board staff as well as, board staff disseminates to LMAs for their comment. And so any information that we get, say, hey, an observation was corrected, we got to go back and just update that information. And so, and then we go through our own internal QC, QA process to making sure that it's accurate and reflects what we saw at that time.
Member Countryman?
I guess that's interesting from a bureaucratic point of view, but I'm alarmed at what I see here. Are you telling the state people or local people, hey, this is unacceptable, this could lead to levee failure with these uncapped pipes coming through the levee like this? I mean, it seems like we shouldn't be waiting 2 years to get on top of this.
My response to that is this shouldn't be new information to board staff and LMAs. We do invite both to the inspection, and so they have the opportunity to participate in that inspection to understand what we're seeing. Per the operation and maintenance manual, the sponsor is required to do twice a year inspections, and so they should be seeing these pipes as well. And so just through the process of the normal operation and maintenance opportunity to see the items that we're seeing in the field, as well as the opportunity to comment on the draft report, I think there's opportunity to see these things before we actually finalize the reports.
So in other words, the maintaining entity has provided information well in advance of when you present this information to the board. So there's conversations, feedback, and nudges to get moving to improve. And that takes you almost 2 years to get to us.
Yes, and we are working, appreciate that. Yes, that is the information that I'm wanting to convey here, is that there's opportunity, there's conversations that are happening, and we are making a concerted effort to streamline the process. So,
well, these systems are active because they are preparing a SWIFT, and the SWIFT is something they need to make momentum on, not just a promise to get to it at some point. Okay. Board members? You have more on this one?
I don't, and I believe Eric's gonna.
Are you going to call on others to say something? Mr. Mao, did anyone else wish to comment on this one?
Good morning, Eric Mao, board staff. I have some notes regarding number 4, as that seems to be a question. Board staff is aware of this. These pipes actually do have a USIP DSID, which USIP is the DWR Utility Crossing Inspection Program. And we have reports on this. So let me give a little bit information for this. The Willow Slough Unit 1 North Levee, there are 2 small diameter pipes, 4.5 inch, USACE measured as 4 inch, and a 3.5 inch as part of DSID 17616 and DSID 17672. These pipes don't go through the levee. Instead, they serve as an air waterway from siphon breakers or vacuum breakers located on the water side shoulder. Board staff, we typically look at these encroachments and we speak with the LMA, and we try to, especially for pipes, right, crossings, we do track these and have information on what we plan to do. I believe these might be on our pipe prioritization plan program that we're working on. That's something we try to monitor for any of the urgent or pipes that require fixing. If there aren't any additional questions, then I'll move on to my presentation.
Did I see a hand up down there? Oh, no, our council's waving at someone, but not me. Thank you for doing that. Appreciate you letting us stand up and speak up that you are all paying attention to these issues.
Of course we
All
are.
right.
And also that has a board permit 6930 that's issued to a private corporation. Okay.
Wait, just a second now.
Okay.
Are you saying that the Corps' wrong? If they have a permit, then the Corps approved this.
Eric Mao, board staff. No, Mr. Countryman, we're not saying that. Even though a pipe or penetration has a permit, if they do not meet the qualifications of that, if they don't have a positive closure or things as such, it can still be marked as an unacceptable rating, even though it has a board permit.
Mr. Countryman, I don't think the Corps said they don't have it.
I don't think I
Just said this
understand
exists and needs a closure.
All right, well, I'm gonna go over my presentation. I'll be sharing some findings based on the inspection information provided by the Army Corps of Engineers. First, here we have a vicinity map of the levee location. This levee system is about 10 miles west of Sacramento.
Someone advancing the slides for you?
Oh, I will be.
Don't ask
Sorry
me
about
to.
that. All right, here we go. The levee system is in Yolo County. It's in a total of 29.3 miles. The different colors here represents the different segments. The Corps' report card rated this system as active under PL 8499, and it has an approved LOI, and they're working on the draft SWIFT. Here's a better close-up of this levee system with the various segments called out. So I wanted to take this time just to explain this a little bit more, as it can be a little confusing. So the Corps, when they give a report card, like we'll show later, systems without an approved LOI, they're shown as U red and yellow. Those ratings are there, red as likely to prevent performance in the next flood event, and M as unacceptable conditions, not likely to prevent performance in the next flood event. But if a levee system has an approved LOI and SWIFT, which means it's active under PL 8499, then the rating colors are different. We have U orange, likely prevents performance in the next flood event, and U purple, unacceptable observations, not likely to prevent performance. And maybe in Juan's next presentation, he can give some examples of each one so that it can be helpful. For example, poles typically don't prevent performance, power poles, but they still are rated as unacceptable. Here is the report card that Juan showed. A lot of things to improve on. It's a big levee system. I'll just continue from there. As you can see, some categories that need work: erosion, bank caving, animal control, settlement, and cracking. Those are areas that received an unacceptable rating. Next, I'd like to show a report card that compares this recent inspection with the previous one in 2012. I know some more colors, but I'll try to explain them. So items in green marks a level of improvement from the last inspection, and items in should be red or pink are areas that have worsened. As you can see, there's significant improvement in floodplain preparedness, slope stability, animal control, sod cover, and seepage. With that, again, the LMAs in this levee system, RD 2035, Yolo County Public Works, and also DWR Site Maintenance Yard. So with that, I'd like it to open it up to either Jay or Mark or Alyssa or Tom, if they want to say anything or if there are any questions from the board.
Before the board, before I ask for the board, please excuse me, could you call those one by one?
Sure,
So
we
they
can
don't
do it
all
that
say
way.
yes.
Yes, that'll make it easier. So I'll invite up Mr. Mark Liss of DWR to speak first.
Good morning, Mark List, Department of Water Resources, President Dolan, members of the board.
Morning.
Thank you for the opportunity. We represent, I'm representing DWR Willis Loop Bypass and Cache Creek discussion in this particular information item. As far as Mr. Countryman's question about those open pipes, we are aware of those. They are an encroachment. And so the board is the entity that handles encroachment enforcement, not the maintainer. So that's an interaction that is part of our SWIFT process, certainly. My staff identifies the items that require action by the board, and we will package those items and get them back to the board and ask formally for the board to address them. At this point, the concern isn't great because, as Mr. Mao pointed out, the USIP evaluation of these pipes are siphon breaker and their water side hinge not passing through the levee. So at least from a practical perspective, the view is much worse than the actual situation. However, remind the board that these are encroachments. No maintainer can address encroachments. That's the board's jurisdiction. So we will work with board staff to get those addressed. That's all I had for this particular item, unless you have other questions for either system that we maintain.
So
Member Countryman.
I guess it sounds like it's not an immediate threat because it's a siphon breaker.
But it appears to be correct.
But has the Corps shown it as a likely failure?
So the Corps' inspection is broad and looks at the Corps' view of the system. As a maintainer, this particular item isn't as critical as maybe a pipe that passes through the levee. Certainly needs to be addressed. As an encroachment enforcement case, that is going to involve review of the past approved board permit, any Corps acquiescence or agreement on that board permit, and identification of a corrective action if any is necessary. As a maintainer, there's not a lot we can do other than during high water, make sure that we don't have a concern, and that we do ensure that we're patrolling the levees when triggering events occur. So
yeah, I just, there is either a threat or there isn't. And if it was put in according to the permit, I assume there isn't.
Yeah, I can't speak.
Do we
to whether
know
it is
if
or
it's
not at this
consistent with the permit, or is it, I mean, the picture is shocking. When I saw it, I almost fell out of my chair. I mean,
It would be board staff that would indicate whether it complies with the permit. And it would be up to the maintainer if there's concerns to request
Address
the
it.
board to look at enforcement.
Correct. Yeah, and in this case, this system will be packaged as part of our SWIFT process. DWR will ask board staff to address any encroachment items in the timing and priority that we'll give you a priority that we feel is necessary, but the board will have to address those in
I see.
the priority you all see fit.
Well, that's a lot of clarity. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate all that. These are not being ignored. It's kind of like, here's the pipe, nothing's being done.
Through the
No,
chair.
here's the pipe and we're working on everything. Member Grego?
I'm not familiar with
President.
this siphon breaker. How does that function? Why does it function? Just give me a simple understanding of what that pipe does.
Now we're going to have it.
I'm not sure I can answer that question. Geologist, not an engineer, so I don't install siphon breakers, but typically they're to keep water from, to allow water to flow properly. So siphon breaker, right. Right, so it effectively is a functional piece of a pump system in this particular case. So details I couldn't speak to. I haven't looked at this one in detail.
Thank you.
Perhaps we could ask one of the multiple engineers here to volunteer to send a big description to us at some point.
All right, Eric Mao, board.
Madam Chair, sorry.
Member Greg?
Oh,
Member Bosler. Thank you. There's no.
I
hands
just
up.
think, I mean, I feel like I don't feel super comfortable with, getting this report and not having the information about the permits, the permitted structures that are now deemed unacceptable. It feels like there is work for our staff to do to bring us back those permits that are potentially problematic. I mean, I think we don't have all the information right now, but if they are deemed unacceptable by these inspections, then I feel like we need to be addressing them in a more real-time manner and taking some sort of action to, hopefully work with the landowner to remedy it first would be the first approach.
Please note that, Mr. Mao.
Yes, Eric Mao, board staff, we will definitely note that. Just to go off board member Bosler's comments, the Corps does give us a draft inspection report about 6 months prior to their finalizing, which we share promptly to the LMAs and other agencies. So we do have a chance to look at it. We're talking about hundreds, if not sometimes thousands of points, and we try to focus on the unacceptable red or orange items. To be quite fair, if it has a DSID on it as a pipe, it's being inspected pretty often by the DWR's USIP team. I'm fully sure that the LMAs are aware of those encroachments. We work with them to, if it's serious enough, to be part of our enforcement program, our pipe prioritization program. So we're definitely heavily involved. And this system is a pretty good system because it has shown intent that we want to improve the system through their letter of intent. So every levy system is different, but I do want to note that there has been prior communication. We do monitor these. We have an enforcement program that prioritizes worst first and things like that. But just want to know that we have that noted, but that there is a process that's ongoing.
You provide a briefing summary in writing with the agenda. It'd probably be very helpful if you added what you just said, rather than these are found to be minimally or unacceptable or okay, but when they're unacceptable, here's the actions we're already taking.
Noted. Thank you.
President Dolan?
Member Ramirez.
Thank you. If I could just make a quick observation, I'm trying to refresh my memory as well. These are all good questions, and I'm flashing back to about 10 years ago and trying to provide some context for the reports that we're getting from the Corps. I think our intention from the beginning was to add transparency, right? To make sure we knew what was happening on the ground. And 10 years ago, we weren't getting that information. It was going right to the folks on the ground. We didn't know about it. The board didn't know about it. We asked the Corps to put these reports together, and every time they did an inspection, we wanted them to come here and share their report, which they've been really good about doing. And I think it adds a lot of depth to the discussion that we can have here at the board. And it's gotten a little more complicated. There's more colors. The framework has changed on occasion. The spreadsheet, it's a little bit different than it was at the beginning. It's just evolved over time. So I just wanted to make sure I understood this correctly and also share it with my colleagues to make sure that we were capturing this correctly, because I'm not surprised that things aren't fully baked and all resolved, because it takes a long time to do that. And when we started to do these reports, there wasn't even a SWIFT box to check. There was no SWIFT. That got invented later. So this was really just at the beginning, oops, we have a big problem, you're out of the program. And then we scrambled to figure out a way to stay in the program so we could work through the issues that needed to be identified. And that's what these are.
Right.
So I think it's great that you guys get it early. And I think the president makes a good point. Maybe in the staff report, there could be a little context about the board's plans to follow up, just so we have that information, because otherwise we just get it now on Q&A, which is okay. So I hope that helps. I just wanted to share that because I think this is really useful, but it's also incremental. And I don't want to discourage the Corps or our staff from bringing things to the board that are not fully resolved. I think that's okay. I know that people are working on them. It's more important to hear about them. I'd rather hear about them than wait until it's perfectly completed. That's good to know too, but I think it does help us understand better what's happening in the field. And so you share what you can, and there's always more to do, right? On all sides. So I just wanted to
provide that context. Hopefully that's useful.
Thank you for that. We've had lengthier workshops on how this works before. We have new board members, some fairly new ones. Maybe we can add that at some point. You ready for the next?
Eric Mao, board staff. Mr. Tom Engler said that he didn't have any comments, but he's ready for if there are any questions from the board. Is Mr. Jay Punia online? Okay. Jay, would you like to say anything regarding operation and maintenance of the RD 2035 levy system?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You
Good
are.
morning.
Please state your name.
Jay Punia with Wood Rogers. Our company provides engineering services to RD 2035, and I serve as a district engineer for Reclamation District 2035. Good morning, board president and board members. As board members have expressed, I'm not pleased with the report that I hope we have all acceptable categories, but we have few categories where we need to make more improvements. But as Eric has shown you that we are working and making progress to address these deficiencies previously highlighted in the 2012 periodic inspection by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. And Reclamation District 2035 took the leadership role and developed the letter of intent and the SWIFT on behalf of this segment and worked with DWR and Yolo County. And we have a SWIFT, which is accepted by the district, but hasn't been fully approved. So I just want to make a commitment to the board that we will continually work to address these encroachment which are indicated unacceptable through the SWIFT process, and we'll work with Eric and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to address those. And I want to take this opportunity to commend Eric Mayo and Annalise Galicio. They are excellent to work with, and they are keeping us appraised and providing us information. And we will continue to resolve these encroachments and other unacceptable categories listed in RD 2035. And your flood map program, flood maintenance assistance program, and the flood system repair program is a big help, and we will be utilizing those programs to address some of these deficiencies. Thank you. And if there are any questions, I would be glad to answer those. Thank you, Eric.
Mr. Punia, always nice to hear you. Maybe next time we'll see you, which we used to do quite frequently. And we appreciate your comments. And thank you for highlighting the work of our staff, because that's important for them to know it's noticed.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Mr. Mao, you ready for the next item?
Yes, Eric Mao,
Okay.
board staff.
Wait just 1 second. Board members have any other comments on this item, number 8A? Anyone in the audience? Any hands up, Mr. Jones?
We have one from Ryan Larson from the Corps.
Ah, Mr. Larson. You're on.
Good morning, President Dolan, members of the board. My name is Ryan Larson, Chief of the Levees and Channels Branch and Operations Division of the Corps of Engineers. Just wanted to say a couple things here in light of the discussion. There are several touch points that we have with you as our sponsor and the local maintaining agencies as we do the levee inspections. We reach out to the board and notify them that an inspection will occur. And we ask for, it's called our pre-inspection, fill out our pre-inspection packet. What are the types of things that you, the maintainer, have been doing since the last inspection? We always invite the board and any maintaining agency to attend the levee inspection with us, to give us that, to get the real-time feedback from us on the types of things that we are observing, and to tell us what we are seeing if it's not super clear. We always go through and we do a post-inspection drive. We offer a post-inspection drive to say, hey, these are the big things that we saw. Come out and take a look at those, so that if you can't attend the inspection with us as we go through, we're at least giving you those high points. We provide a draft report to say, this is what we saw. Did we get it right? Is there anything that's been corrected since we were out in the field together? And so we can make adjustments there. And then now we're talking about this inspection report. There was a mention of what takes so long. Again, lots of points. And there's lots of nuance with all of these pipes. There's a board. Is there a board permit? What are the conditions that go into that board permit? Is there a letter from the Corps of Engineers that supports the board permit? What are the conditions that are in that letter? And so we have staff that plot these on a map. What's the USIP ID? What's the board permit number? Are we all in the same location? Are we talking about the same thing? So a note about the siphon breaker. I look at that picture and I'm just, as an inspector, we see pipes protruding out into the water side of the levee with no closure. If there was nobody there to tell us what we saw or explain that situation to us, we see that there's a pipe extending out into the river. Typically a siphon breaker is up vertically up into the air. So that was odd to me to see that an air vent or whatever for a siphon breaker protruding out into the water. So again, we will always work with you here to make sure that our observations are matching reality. If you have, as things are fixed, continue to let us know. But in the end here, we are looking at an unacceptable levee system that is active in the rehabilitation program because of its letter of intent and SWIFT. So we appreciate that commitment to continue to bring that levee into compliance with its operations and maintenance manual over time. Thanks for the opportunity to talk to this item here, and maybe we need to get another kind of inspection overview presentation in a board meeting or workshop here in the future. Over.
Yes, we might do that, but you did pretty well. Always good to hear from you, Mr. Larson. Anyone else with their hand up online?
No hands online.
So we'll proceed to item 8B. Mr. Mao, you'll introduce this.
All right, thank you. And I'm going to repeat myself just so that's on the record. Good morning, President Dolan, Vice President of Alliance, and members of the board. My name is Eric Mao, and I'd like to reintroduce again Mr. Juan Gonzalez from the Corps of Engineers, or USACE. Juan is an inspection chief at the Corps Sacramento District, and he'll give a presentation regarding his team's finding of the Elder Creek levee systems. There are 3 systems. After the Corps presentation, I will provide board staff's analysis regarding the inspection. And after my presentation, unfortunately, Mr. Justin Jensen, the Deputy Director of Tehama County Public Works, he's not unable to make today due to an unexpected emergency. So Tehama County does apologize for that. But if there are any questions, we can track it and we'll be sure to follow up with Mr. Jensen. With that, I'll turn that time over to Juan for his presentation.
Thank you, Eric. Juan Gonzalez, Chief of the Inspection Section, Sacramento District, Army Corps of Engineers. As Eric mentioned, I'm going to be presenting on the Elder Creek levee systems. There's actually, this presentation actually covers 3 levee systems. And so as I go through these, they're all shown on this one map. But the next following slides will show report cards for each individual levee system. It'll be in the order, it'll be, I guess that purple color, orange, and then green lines. These levee systems are located in Tehama County, and in total, we inspected 9.35 miles. One thing here to point out, and you'll see it in the following slides, is that blue line that kind of goes to the north and then jogs to the west. That line is a non-fed levee. And so that was previously inspected, but not part of this recent effort. And so the report card will show ratings for that because it's part of the same system, but it's reflecting the ratings that were observed at the time of that inspection. So this is the report card for that first system, including that non-fed segment. And so that second column, Gerber, Levy, Tehama County, GRBR is that non-fed reflecting prior inspection ratings. And then that first column, ELD2, that is the federal levy. The system is currently inactive. In the colors here, you'll see, I just want to take a moment to explain on the last inspection or the report card that we saw in the last presentation, we saw orange and purple. We use those to on systems that are covered by LOI SWIFT. This one's not covered by an LOI SWIFT, and so we're seeing the equivalent of red and yellow. Red being likely to prevent performance in the next flood event, and yellow being not likely to prevent performance in the next flood event. I will say yellow items here are shown as M, minimally acceptable as an item rating. There's a footnote there at the bottom that just to indicate that there are observations, individual observations that are rated unacceptable under that item category. This second report card here is for the Elder Creek Left Bank Unit 4 East system. It is a system comprised of just one segment. It is currently active. It does not have any red observations. Third system, Elder Creek Right Bank Unit 5. It does have red items, both under encroachments as well as animal control. The other unacceptable observations are yellow. It is inactive. There's no LOI and SWIFT. And just to give some examples, Eric mentioned, hey, you know, what are some examples of not likely to prevent performance in next flood event and that are unacceptable. And so those are things that could be encroachments that are not permitted. They're there, they have no authority to be there, private encroachments. They could be permitted items. And as we discussed, they could be encroachments that don't meet the conditions of the permit. Just, you know, one of the common things that we see and we've dealt with over the last many years is pipes going through the levee and just not understanding their conditions. We can only see what we can see. And so the internal inspections is important. The things that could potentially allow water in the next flood event, open pipes, significant erosion, maybe a lack of levee height. Those are the things that we're really concerned about, and those are the things that get noted as red. Four pictures. First picture is an open pipe similar to what we saw in the last presentation. This one does go through the levee. You can barely see it, but at the top of that first picture is the pump that's connecting to. This is the water side, so it's open, and the pipe PVC is damaged. Does not have a permit.
Know that? This one was checked. Does not have a permit.
We check them, and we did not identify it as having a permit within our database. Second photo, we're looking at the land side of the levee, and so there's a number of farming equipment and just storage of stuff that's things that are just on the slope or within the easement area. And so it makes it difficult to inspect. You know, some things that are just, you know, piled on top of each other attract, and it makes it difficult to address animal control. And so burrows, you know, could potentially be under those things. Third photo here. This photo is, the person that took the photo is actually standing on the levee. They are looking, I believe, north. So the picture is essentially taken perpendicular to the levee. That channel, that concrete line channel, is an encroachment. What's happening is this is the Tehama-Calusa Canal that intersects this levee system, the channel. It is not open to the channel itself. It's got a siphon that goes completely under the levee, under the channel, and then under the other levee at the other side. And so it's a crossing point. This one here, like any other penetration through the federal project, has not been inspected. And so it's important to understand, what's the condition of those RCPs, the penetrations to the levee, under the levee and the channel. Fourth photo, got two photos there. The second photo underneath is a little bit hard to see. Well, can't see it, but what we're looking at here is just some rutting, some loss of material that's happening. We saw it in several places within the levee system. This one, that's what we're trying to show on that bottom photo is just location, just give some perspective, because that first photo is just kind of zoomed in too much. But that's the end of my presentation. Happy to take questions if the board has questions.
Thank you for that. Board members? Questions? Member Grego?
So on photo 3, that's the siphon pipe, right? I think Mr. Larson said it goes off on the top instead of usually.
Photo 3 is the irrigation district canal.
Mm-hmm.
The
Goes
Tehama-Calusa
from
irrigation
Red
canal.
Bluff to Arbuckle.
So was that not permitted?
Well, it's a USBR, United States Bureau of Reclamation, operated by several water districts.
Juan Gonzalez, Army Corps of Engineers. We did not identify a permit for that.
Okay.
I don't know if we permit federal projects. It's someone will ask TCCA, how's your system working? Probably say we didn't have any water, so we didn't look at it last year, but they're going to keep it functional.
President Dolan, sorry, just to be clear, so it's an encroachment on the chart?
It is.
We've identified it as encroachment.
Okay, thank you.
Of course it is. We need information on it. Yeah, but
So just a
Member Countryman?
general question here. Since there's no LOI,
There is. Oh, no LOI. Yeah.
and do we know, is there any intention to do an LOI? Or what do we do with these cases? Are we going to have to form a maintenance area or something if they don't do this work? Go ahead, Eric.
Mr. Mao, were you able to talk with the, I know the county cannot be here today, but were you able to talk with them?
Yeah, Eric Mao, board staff. Very good question. Tehama County Flood Control and Maintenance and Water Conservation District is the LMA. They've submitted a letter of intent for these systems in December of 2022, which the board approved on consent. We've sent that to the Corps and it is in their queue for review. So we've formally submitted, but it's not approved yet.
The local maintaining agency is basically Tama County. They do have a water and conservation district, but its governing board is the Board of Supervisors.
I just wanted to say thanks to the gentleman on the phone from the Army Corps of Engineers in explaining how collaborative the process is, and I'm very appreciative of that. So helpful for me to understand that context as the new person.
Oh, thank you for adding that. Yes, Mr. Larson, and all of the Corps, we're partners. I know about this. I've visited Gerber many times.
All right, if there are no other questions, I'll move on to board findings. I do want to mention, thank you for all the comments. Really appreciate the board's activeness and wanting to know more about this. We're definitely, we'll beef up our briefing documents more to include information which will track for any pipes or other penetrations. We'll try to include that so that the board members can be more informed. Okay. Right. As that PowerPoint is being brought up, again, Eric Mao, board staff, I'll be sharing some findings based on the inspection info provided by Army Corps of Engineers on the Elder Creek left and right bank levee systems. Thank you, Ryan. First, we have a picture of the vicinity map here. Okay. The levee system is about 10 miles south of the city of Red Bluff. The 3 levee systems are in Tehama County, and it's a total of 9.35 miles. The Corps' report card rated 2 of the systems as inactive under PL 8499, and 1 system actually became active. The Elder Creek Right Bank Unit 5 and the Elder Creek Right Bank Unit 4 received unacceptable ratings. So that's the green and the yellow. Elder Creek Left Bank Unit 4, which is only about 0.83 miles, received a minimally acceptable rating. Therefore, it's active under PL 8499. Tehama County Flood Control and Water Conservation District, maintains these levee systems and have submitted a letter of intent, which the board approved as a consent item in December 2022. The system received an unacceptable rating in these areas. Here is the Unit 5 right bank that is shown, encroachments and animal control as unacceptable red. And regardless of the color, if you're ever in doubt, the top left corner will show if the system has an approved LOI or SWIFT, and whether the system is active or inactive. The next system, Left Bank Unit 4, Elder Creek, is also an inactive due to animal control. Lastly, the smallest system here, 0.83 miles, it's active. And you can see that there are no red unacceptable items. Lastly, we have the comparison chart from the 2011 inspection and the 2021 inspection. And you can see here, all green. That's a pretty good report card. Improvements across the board, from getting the operation maintenance manuals in order, to vegetation growth, to sod cover, to depressions and rutting. A lot of improvements. Opening up the questions to the board.
Thank you, Mr. Mao. Comments, questions from the board? Looking to the right. Looking to the left. Anyone in the audience? See no hands up. Anyone online?
No hands online.
Any of you want to do a field trip to Gerber? I will lead it. I appreciate that you say it's so many miles south of Red Bluff, but it is adjacent to the unincorporated community of Gerber.
Yes.
Which we would put on it.
I have a comment, actually.
Right.
Maybe we could improve that form if under the LOI, it's either yes or no, but maybe there should also be submitted.
Okay.
So that would give us a better understanding of the status of it.
Sure, Eric Mao, board staff, perhaps maybe in our EO reports or somewhere we can show that it is very complicated. We have draft LOIs, we have LOIs that are going to be on consent, we have LOIs that are in review, LOIs that have been officially approved by not only Sacramento, but division and headquarters, which means it's officially approved. So we'll try to find ways to make it more clear.
Well, it would be helpful if we knew it was at the point that the board passed the action to transmit it to the Corps. Now, in the minutes of the 24th, which we got last night, there was a presentation about the 8499 eligibility and how that process worked. And then there was comments, rightfully so, from board member Ramirez to write a letter to the Corps indicating that we certainly hope that things that have been there for a year, 2 years, LOIs get approved. So a letter was sent. And we do understand exactly what Mr. Yao said today, that if you don't have staff resources, boy, does the board organization understand that. It's hard to push things through quickly. So I think it's on the radar and they're trying to staff up to do that. But we specifically, I signed a letter on all of your behalf that we specifically asked the Corps to recognize it now, particularly with what's happening with the storms we've had in the last few months, that they do receive $84.99 and not wait for the paperwork to go through.
Thank you so much.
Wouldn't talk and I did. So there we are. Okay, let me ask you what you want to do. I was thinking that after the Department of Water Resources Maintenance Area Budget hearing, we would actually break for a significant amount of time. Hang on for this one. Oh, that's 3, so we'll go. Okay, thank you. We're at item 9A, Department of Water Resources. This is a hearing that was published in many newspapers, including 3 that I read every day. Mr. Mark Liss is going to present the annual presentation of the Department of Water Resources Maintenance Area Budgets. Really expect to take an hour.
Hopefully not, but there are
What time you-
39 slides, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
And so I'll introduce myself, Mark List. I'm with the Department of Water Resources Division of Flood Management. I'm the technical support manager for the technical support section manager for the Flood Maintenance and Operations Branch. We operate and maintain about 300 miles of levees throughout the state plan of flood control, about 1,200 miles of channels and other flood infrastructure. This morning, I'm going to have Brian Murphy, one of my staff. We're working on some succession planning, and so I'm going to have Mr. Murphy help with this presentation, not leaving yet. Just we're working on making sure internally to the Flood Maintenance and Operations Branch, we have multiple folks that can cover this. Eric McGrath has done it in the past. I just want to make sure that, and my boss Mitra wants to make sure that or how we do this. So today I'm going to do the introduction. I'm going to have Brian take the budget portion for the 10 maintenance areas, and then I'll wrap up. So again, for the record, Mark List, Flood Maintenance and Operations Branch. Thank you, board members. Thank you, President Dolan, Vice President Vines. So this morning, we're covering the hearing item, the action item for the board, which is the annual maintenance area budget presentation, item 9A on the agenda. So as background material, just a reminder for those who maybe don't remember, California Water Code Section 8370 gives local maintaining agencies responsibility for operation and maintenance of state plan of flood control levees, with the exception of those that are identified in Section 8361. 8361 is the department's specific legislative mandate to do certain operations and maintenance of levees that are part of the state plan of flood control. So 8370 gives that to others, local districts, levy districts, flood control districts, cities, counties, other municipalities. In the event that a local district either chooses not to, or doesn't have the resources to, or otherwise decides not to operate and maintain the levees that are theirs under 8370 and other statutes, a local district can request that this board review and create a maintenance area. There are 10 existing maintenance areas throughout the Central Valley, about 150 miles, 1,149 and change of levees. Once a maintenance area is established by this board and recorded with the county, DWR is the legal entity responsible for operation and maintenance until that maintenance area is dissolved under another water code section. 12878 is the section I'm talking about currently, and there's several subsections of that. DWR does work within the maintenance areas and gets reimbursed for that work by tax assessments for the benefited properties. As with all LMAs, DWR is a state maintaining agency, but all local maintaining agencies, maintenance areas are eligible for state and federal cost share or other programs, such as PL 8499, the flood system repair program, storm damage programs, flood maintenance assistance program to offset some of the costs. 12878 doesn't prohibit us from doing that. And so on behalf of the residents who are protected, we pursue all funding opportunities that are available and are successful in doing so. Through time, certain districts have decided to take over maintenance areas. So that is laid out in 12.878.22. And so the next slide will depict basically a sequence of both dissolutions and creations of maintenance areas. So maintenance areas have been created and dissolved throughout the years. As examples, maintenance area 10 and 11, both were created in 1958 when the existing reclamation district decided not to continue operation and maintenance for American River levees. So MAs 10 and 11 were created in 1958. In 1991, American River Flood Control District took over maintenance and operation of maintenance areas 10 and 11, and they were dissolved by board action. Once they're dissolved by board action, the department is no longer responsible. They balance the books and move on. And in that case, maintenance area 10 and 11 don't exist any longer. American River Flood Control District continues to operate and maintain those. An example for maintenance area 5, one of the budget item package MAs that is on today's agenda was created in 1954. Butte County decided they didn't have the resources to operate, maintain a levee after they had worked with the state and feds to provide assurances. So at that point, maintenance area 5 was created.
I wasn't on the board then.
I understand. It's just an example of the process. So boundary was modified in 58. And the predecessor to this board, the Reclamation Board of California, made those changes. And maintenance area 5, as I said, continues today as one of the budgeted items in this package. Another example is maintenance area 16, which is on the Feather River. After 1986 flooding, there was a very difficult time maintaining a board for the reclamation district in that particular area. All the board members resigned. A whole new board was appointed in that district, and those members resigned because of fear of liability or other issues. And so that maintenance area 16 was created in 1986 and continues as one of the maintenance areas in this package today as well. So in total, California Water Code 12878 at CEQA identifies the process. It's pretty prescriptive. It's very straightforward to create a maintenance area, maybe not as straightforward as one might want, but there's a process, and there's a process to dissolution. There's also a very detailed description of what has to happen to budget and pay for those. So as I mentioned before, maintenance areas, the work in them is done by the Department of Water Resources on behalf of the state to ensure work gets done, and the benefited property owners pay for that reimbursement through annual tax assessments. We have 10 existing maintenance areas today that are being presented for you, about 149 miles of levees. In Butte County, in MA5, there are a couple other items because the project there included some channel work and some other facilities. So those are part of the maintenance area that were not DWR's responsibility. Outside of that, there are maintenance areas in the following counties: Butte, Colusa, Glenn, Lake, Sacramento, Sutter, and Yolo. So as with our budget process every year, and as prescriptively identified in 12878.27, prior to the first day of April each year, the department identifies our proposed costs for the next fiscal year to ensure the unit gets operated and maintained. We provide that package to the board, and that was done on the 30th of March this year. Board Member Griego last year asked very specifically that we get this package as soon as possible to the board. So I did ensure that it was passed along. And this is as early, hopefully this year was better than previous, but this is as early as I think we could reasonably do it, because we had high water, which we oftentimes during that time period, and we have enough of the year past that we have a reasonable estimation of finishing the year. We are still in this fiscal year, so the estimates are estimates. So each year, budget proposal includes actual costs of previous, can't see the rest of it, but it's here, previous fiscal year previous fiscal year expenditures and projections of the current fiscal year. And there's a staff report that was provided to the board. And as I said early, and it was provided publicly, Mr. Jones sent out the link to that. So hopefully anyone who wanted to see it was able to get to it.
Thank you for making that effort to do that. Yes, it was almost a month earlier than
Right.
prior ones. That's very helpful for us to do our homework, which we did. So maybe you don't have to.
Appreciate that. And
Unless you
I,
want
I
to.
will say, as I said before, myself and my staff watch the previous board meeting in detail to make sure we remember what the comments were. I mean, I won't forget. I'm kind of photographic memory, but I remember, but I look at it again. I had my staff do that as well. So that go back a couple of years to make sure what kind of questions did the board ask, and maybe I can answer those during the presentation.
So we're part of a film festival.
You are, that's correct.
Thank
Thank you for your YouTube channel.
Through the chair. I just
Have a
want to
great
note,
one.
I just want to note that my first experience with this process was, I was very unhappy. And I think I reflected that and articulated that very well. And I just want to say that I was really happy to see how this went. And thank you for all the work and effort of making sure that, my comments were satisfied. I'm not sure on the first time we just had a cover page. That was the budget. And I was like, wait a minute, this is not right. And so I appreciate the work that was been done. And I just want to acknowledge that.
Perhaps that first budget hearing you were involved with 2 years back, the package didn't make it to you that it should have. And so I'll just do what I did this year. I sent it to Mr. Jones and asked for a copy to go out to the board members. And now Mr. Leaf is here. So you're acting executive officer at the time, but appreciate the comments very much. The budget package included a transmittal memo from the Flood Maintenance and Operations Branch Manager, Mitra Amami, an explanation of what was in the package. It included summaries of each of the maintenance areas changes over time, identified several sheets. There's 10 individual sheets that are individual maintenance area distribution of work. So that's identification of the work we intend to do next fiscal year. It also covers the settling of the previous fiscal year of work as far as dollars and cents and work we did. And it gives you a estimate of where we think this year is going to land. And then it gives a page of descriptions of what those items are. And this year, luckily I did this. This year I included the public notice package with that agenda package. It does go out. We are required by law to put out a public notice, but I included it, and board president asked about it as soon as she got it. So I'm glad I did that. So again,
I do my homework.
yeah, I certainly do. Annual budget package for fiscal year 23-24 is what's before you, including that staff report package. And as I said, it was provided on the 30th of March, 2023. So, and then finally, that notice of public hearing was published as required. The following newspapers included that, and that's a water code requirement. And so it has to run for 2 successive weeks in advance of the board meeting, and that is done as well. So I'm going to give you a little bit of background on our we have 2 maintenance yards, one in West Sacramento, the Sacramento Maintenance Yard, and one in the city of Sutter or town of Sutter in Sutter County. This is the layout of distribution of work for maintenance in the Sacramento Maintenance Yard. It includes currently 2 maintenance areas, maintenance area 4, which protects portions of the West Sacramento area, as well as maintenance area 9, which protects portions of urban and non-urban Sacramento County. And then there are 8 current maintenance areas in the Sutter Maintenance Yard area of responsibility. Those are depicted here. The Clear Lake area is an inlay. That's not where it really shows up. So it's quite a bit distant from the area, but you can see maintenance areas 1, 3, 5, 7, 12, 13, 16, and 17 laid out on this particular figure. This also shows other work we do, but the primary purpose here is to identify our maintenance area budgeting and work. So the department has specific levy O&M focuses and actions we're taking. One of those is to gain or maintain PL 8499 active status for the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers RIP, Rehabilitation Assistance Program, inspection program, is actually what it should say. So in general, what we do for all of our areas of responsibility is complete a SWIF, a system-wide improvement framework, first in a letter of intent and a SWIF. If we have partners in those areas, we all have to agree to move forward with those SWIFs and work on them together. As Mr. Puna mentioned during the last discussion, RD 2035 led the SWIFT for that particular system that we talked about. DWR participated in our 8361 responsibilities there. So one of the other items we're trying to address is we have areas of responsibility that overlap with either CISA or Endangered Species Act issues. And so for many years, and I can remember Mr. Ramirez commenting on this maybe a decade ago, we have been working for nearly a decade to get a biological opinion for giant garter snake areas that overlap our levy responsibilities. The 2014 core interim policy guidance on the SWIFT opened the Section 7 nexus opportunity for us, and we have been trying to make that a success and then duplicate that success elsewhere. Specifically, we have a Maintenance Area 5 pilot for giant garter snake habitat areas near the levees so that we can properly take care of the animal control and animal damage issues from primarily ground squirrels. Our preferred method of dealing with that is to fill the hole with grout, and it basically is a low pressure system and fills bottom to top. It works very well. We use it everywhere we can. However, in areas of giant garter snake habitat within 200 feet of a levee, we continue to have an issue. So we'll just leave it at that. We're working to solve that, and hopefully we can get through that process and use that elsewhere. Otherwise, DWR focuses on the Corps' levy inspection checklist items, which really are very much what you've seen in recent presentations that have just finished. So this is our eligibility status summary. So as you can see, all maintenance areas except maintenance area 17 in Lake County are active with an approved LOI, and a SWIFT either submitted, one SWIFT in the Sacramento Valley has been actually approved final. All others are in process with the Corps, and you can see resubmitted in some cases or submitted originally. So, and I've color coded these. So System 561 covers MA1 and MA12 along with many, many miles of levees by other districts. Megan Agee, her districts, Sacramento River, West Side Levee District, and others are part of that SWIFT. It's all the way up to Glenn County, actually. System 521 includes MA3, 7, and 16, and those are being handled by Sabuca. We're a participant. And then we have individually with the American River Flood Control District and City of Sacramento, MA9, and then Maintenance Area 5 and Maintenance Area 13 are ours alone. DWR is the only maintainer responsible for those areas. And then we have Maintenance Area 4's system we share with others, and so we are working together on that system. I'll note Maintenance Area 17, at the time we originally attempted to do an LOI, Lake County Flood Control and Water Conservation District was not interested. We periodically check back in. I intend to do that again after things settle down a little bit and see if they maybe want to start an LOI. My intent system-wide would be everywhere has either active status from an inspection on its face or active status with an LOI SWIFT. And I'll also, I don't include the numbers here, but this process has resulted in significant federal investment under PL 8499 over the last several years. So we had storm damage in 2017, storm damage in 2019. We anticipate the opening of PL 8499 for the recent storms, and we have submitted, I think Ms. Nagy provided at the last board meeting, 11 sites, some of which are in maintenance areas for what we anticipate currently. So this is a good process. It's an appropriate process to ensure that we get the best use of state and federal funding and local funding. The other items on the checklist, so rated items are on the left, non-rated items are on the right. We do a worst first prioritization. We do this with our annual maintenance activities. We also do it with any repair type work we need to do. I've got other tables in here that lay out other details. So I want to remind, as I mentioned in the previous discussion, encroachments show up in every area of responsibility, whether it's DWRs or local maintaining agencies. And so we have to work together with the board to make sure those get addressed. I'm going to show you a status table you might not want to see, but status table of what's coming just on these 10 maintenance areas. So, and then any other areas of concern include our annual maintenance work, what we can actually accomplish on an annual basis: slope stability, erosion bank caving, animal control, with some exceptions where we can't actually do our preferred method of animal. We can do animal control, but rodent damage repair is a big problem in some spots. Culverts and utility crossings, I'll mention we have USIP, which has been mentioned a couple of times today. We have a risk-based assessment pipe repair program we call DMP pipes, not just for DWR, it is all SPFC wide. We use deferred maintenance program funding that the governor's office provides, has the purse strings for, that we ask for on a regular basis. We've gotten 3 influxes of that funding, $100 million twice and $212 million most recently. A portion of that is going to that program system-wide. That's deferred maintenance phase 1 and 2. In our maintenance areas, we have inspections and corrective actions. Mr. Countryman previously asked about pipes, so I've got a slide in there just for you, Mr. Countryman. So for non-rated items, same process. We take care of what we can on an annual basis. And vegetation is not rated, but we feel it's we need it for visibility and access. So we need to make sure that the levee is clear and that we can get to it in flood fight if needed. We are also participating and leading what's called the California Levees Research Program for high hazard trees. So system-wide, we're utilizing this research data set to identify and evaluate things that pose an unacceptable threat to the levee integrity, and we'll address those trees. We don't agree with wholesale removal of all vegetation from the levees, but if a tree poses an unacceptable threat, we want to remove it, and we'll have to go through process to do that. Sod cover comes up, and I know Mr. Countryman has asked about sod cover before. We don't have sod here, but that really means erosion reels. So addressing erosion reels through basically dragging or other work on the levee. Usually settlements and animal control related issue, but it could be subsidence locally or otherwise. Cracking is a problem with many levees because they pulled material out that was inappropriate for levee fill. I don't think any maintainer has the resources to completely rebuild the levee outside of a project. So we have to recognize that cracking is going to occur if you have fat clays or other material. So it's a legacy problem. We'll address it if it's an issue, typically with a repair type project. The core rates riprap abutments and bank protection, that's an important item. And then seepage, really, it's very difficult to rate seepage other than during a high water event. Seepage, however, typically if it's under seepage, that's a deficiency with siting of the levee that really can't be addressed without some sort of improvement. And if it is a through seepage problem, some of my levees are made of sand. Water flows through sand pretty well. So it's just some of those things we have to keep in mind, but we address them on an annual basis as we can, or on a repair basis if as needed. So this is encroachments. This is these are the 10 maintenance areas listed, total number of minimally acceptable and unacceptable encroachments identified in the core inspections, and the timing of that particular inspection. So there's a couple thousand encroachments just in the 10 maintenance areas that DW has for 149 miles of levees. Keep in mind that is not an unusual packaging of issues. So that's an area, the board can decide to pursue more, and I think you are, but that's one that the intent of DWR as the maintainer is to package these post-inspection, hand them to the board and ask. We will do an initial prioritization based on our worst first issues, and then hope that those get addressed through the SWIP. I mean, really, that's the SWIP process. It's identify the problem, identify a potential solution, and work toward that solution. This is the status of our DMP, Deferred Maintenance Pipes Program. So this is our maintenance areas we did geophysical surveys if a pipe was potentially indicated, but not showing up on the surface. If it was showing up on the surface, we endeavored to inspect it. So our phase one is inspection and geophysical survey. And I'll note there's a couple of stars next to a MA1 and MA7. Those simply note that we have re-inspected. So we're doing a 5-year inspection cycle, and we're assisting everyone in the SPFC with this 5-year inspection cycle. We're not just doing it at DWR. And so the closed circuit television inspections that are done are shown here. So we have some that are still planned in areas of difficulty accessing or permanent water. But you can see great inspection evaluations that have been done. And then we have a phase two-part phase two. What first item is if we can extend the useful design life of the facility, we will do that. We'll do that with a cast in place pipe lining process. And as you can see, we've done that extensively in MA5, MA13 and other areas. And then we have planned activities in a few other areas that still need to be finished. And then the phase two corrective action phase would be abandonment, removal, or replacement. So we have those planned in several areas or in process in several areas, and we've completed a couple of abandonments in a few of the areas as well. So the numbers on the left will change a bit with the numbers on the right as we move through the process. So at this point, I'm going to step back and let Mr. Murphy take the lead, and he'll present the budget details, and I'll pick back up at the end. Thank you.
Thank you.
Murphy.
Yeah, Brian
Morning
Murphy,
still.
DWR. Thank you. The board, President Dolan. So Mark went through kind of the process and, how we, do our maintenance. And I'm going to go through the individual budgets themselves and some of those details. There we go. All right. So starting off with maintenance area 1. This is on the Sacramento River near Colusa. It is 16.85 or 16.8 miles. And for this area, we have a proposed budget for fiscal year 23-24 of $358,450. As you can see in the chart there, we show last year's budget or last year's work. That's 2021, 2022. The approved budget and the actual cost, and then the current year, 22-23 fiscal year's approved budget, and then our projected costs is because this year is not yet complete. And then we have our proposed budget for next year. So just some highlights for this area here. Last year, we did not have any high water patrolling. There was not any high water. This year, there was extensive high water and there was repeated patrolling. And so that's why you're going to see the projected cost for patrolling much higher than what we approved. So that's a normal process there. If you look at the total budget at the bottom, last year's came in just under budget. This year is going to be pretty close, slightly over. And then our proposed budget for next year is increased due to just operational costs have increased for us over the period of time. So maintenance area 3, this is on the Feather River near the Sutter Bypass, and 5.1 levy miles. And the proposed budget for next year is $103,790. And some highlights here, again, it's a common theme, no patrolling last year. And also last year, there was less work done in that area because of an ongoing Army Corps project. So there were some things we didn't do in that area just because of the work being impacting our ability to do maintenance in that area. This year, a lot of high water again, and we had, in addition to patrolling, there was just a lot of issues that we had to go out and send engineers, environmentalists out to just evaluate some of the anomalies we saw with in that area. So you're going to see a high projected cost in that area as well. So
looking at the total budgets, the last year, we came in under. This year, we're going to be slightly over, we're estimating. And then our proposed budget is again increased due to higher operational costs. Maintenance area 4, this is Sacramento River in West Sacramento. And this is 3.58 levee miles. And we are proposing $157,000 budget for this area. Let's see. So some of the work that we did in this area was restoration of crown roadways. You can see that in the 21-22 budget year. We went over in that area, in that job category of crown roadways. We completed a lot of good work. We re-gravelled that area. And so due to that, in this next proposed budget, we were able to decrease our budget because those areas are in good shape and we don't anticipate as much maintenance work there. Let's see, and it looks like the rodent control category in this area was also higher just due to higher animal activity and taking care of some of those rodent issues. Have that. Let's see, total budget looks like even with all of those extraordinary maintenance items, we still met our approved budget. And so that was really close. This year, again, we're going to be pretty close to our approved budget. That's our projection. And our proposed budget again next year will be increased due to higher increased costs for operations. Maintenance area 5, Butte Creek levees and the Little Chico Creek channel. This is 32.7 levee miles. And this we have a proposed budget of $489,372. And so here, some of the highlights are in 21-22 last year, we had to do an emergency erosion repair during high water operations. So you can see that our proposed budget was $30,000 and the actual cost was $104,000. So sometimes, those things pop up where that extra work, emergency work, puts us over budget in a certain category. But if you look at the bottom line budget, that was balanced out and we still were pretty close to the approved budget. This area also, we have, it's a habitat for a giant garter snake. And so in this area, we're working on our SWIFT work plan to address our animal control. And of course, with rodent control and the GGS, we have an issue with that. So just working through the process there, we had some increased staff time for that. And so you'll see that on the environmental support line item. So bottom line, the total budgets last year, it was slightly higher. This year, it's higher just due to we've got restoration and repair. That's a big top item. And so our proposed budget for next year is going to be $489,372. Maintenance area 7. This is the west levee of the Feather River below Oroville, 11.9 levee miles. And our proposed budget for this is $168,525. Some of the highlights in this area are we had higher than anticipated vegetation control, mowing, rodent control, and equipment costs. So slight increases in the individual line items moving down the budget. This was for last year, current year, I apologize. And then one thing to note is in a lot of our areas this year, we had high water patrolling. This this section on the Feather River, we did not. This is due to the location. It's on the Feather River, we have Oroville that was filling up. And then also these levees have a lot of freeboard. So this is an area where this year we did not have to do any patrolling. So total budgets last year came in just under our approved budget. This year it's slightly over. And then we have our small increase for our proposed budget for next year. Maintenance Area 9, this is the east levee of the Sacramento River in the Sacramento down to Hood, and is in the pocket area. This is a highly urban area with a lot of land or a lot of properties along the levee, a lot of encroachments, a lot of foot traffic there. So this particular maintenance area is proportionally a bit higher than all the others due to those reasons. So this 19.5 levy miles, we are proposing a $1,860,000 budget. Let's see, rodent control is something we've been tackling in this area. And so you can see some of the actual costs last year were a little bit higher. This year, significantly higher because we really are going after some of those issues. And so that has increased, we've increased our efforts there, and it's reflected in the budget. And moving forward next year, we are going to be continuing those efforts. So that line item is going to stay at a higher cost, just so we can take care of those issues. And a lot of that has to do with on Highway 160, it's a highway. And so we need to have traffic control along that just to keep our crews safe. And so it's just a higher cost to do business there. Yes.
Do you have snake problems in this area?
I don't believe that it's a giant garter snake habitat area. The cost is, it has more to do with traffic control and, so one area that we are not doing as much work is encroachment removal, and that is that's just a momentary thing while there's an ongoing core project in the area. Once that is done, then we will pick up on that, and so you'll see a decrease in that budget there. Finally, there's this current year for, let's see, what's the 150,000 for restoration and repair. That is, we purchased materials, riprap and other flood fight materials in anticipation of this year, just to be prepared for the high water that we are currently seeing. So bottom line budgets on these. Last year, we came in under budget. This year, we're pretty much online, and then we're going to have a slight increase due to our operational costs going up for our proposed budget. On to maintenance area 12. This is the Colusa drain, the Colusa drain levee, and this is 11.4 levee miles, and we are proposing a budget of $141,750. Again, last year, no high water, so no patrolling, but this year there is. So we had a budget of $3,000 and we spent significantly more than that at 14, that's our projection. So by law, we have to have 24-hour patrols once we hit the monitor stage. So that's with a continued high water, that's what pushed that over. Then we also had an erosion repair that we did in this area. So that's the restoration repair of $38,000. That's our projected cost there. And then interestingly, mowing was not needed in this area because of drought conditions. The grass just didn't grow. So in that area, we didn't have to do that work. Bottom line budgets, last year we came in under budget. This year we're going to be over due to the reasons I just mentioned. And then there's our proposed budget, which will be a little bit higher than our baseline. Maintenance area 13, these are the Cherokee Canal levees, 40.1 levee miles, and a proposed budget of $290,505. Let's see. In this area, I believe we had a lot of high water patrolling. And so that's one of the big cost increases for our projected costs this year. In addition to some erosion and levee slips that we had to repair under emergency work. So bottom line budget here, we last year was 261,000. We came in under at 250. This year, we are projected to be over our $277,000 budget. And then next year we're increasing our baseline to 200. Yes.
Member Countryman?
When you exceed the budgeted amount, where do those funds come from? How do you manage that?
I'll actually address that on this mark list. I'll address that after Brian's done with his piece.
Brian Murphy, DWR. Maintenance area 16. This is the west levee of Feather River near Live Oak. And this is 4.1 levee miles and $114,490 is what we're proposing for next year's budget. Let's see. So 2021, last year, some of those expenditures are higher than budgeted due to we were working on erosion repairs and we had an increase in rodent activity, mowing and equipment repairs. So you're going to see several line items that are just over there, over those costs, over the approved budget. And again, this is on the Feather River, so patrolling is not really an issue. And so looking at the bottom line, that first last year, our costs were a little bit higher for the reasons I mentioned. This year, it's going to be slightly over, but not too much. And then our proposed budget for next year increases our baseline to 114,000. And then maintenance area 17. This is Middle Creek in Lake County. This is 3.86 levee miles with $136,425 budget. No high water in that area. This current year, it looks we're going to be settling pretty close. Last year, we did not identify much in the way of rodent control or encroachment removals or roadway work. So the budget for last year is, I'd say, significantly lower than the approved budget. This year is projected to be slightly less than approved. And then again, we are increasing our baseline budget for our proposed budget for next year. And with that, I will be turning it over to Mark for concluding comments. Thank you.
President Dolan,
Member Ramirez?
a very quick question. And maybe this is something you're going to cover, Mark. I didn't mean to get ahead, but if you could just go into a little more detail about the encroachment line item, especially based on the previous discussion about the board's role versus the department's role. It's highly variable in each of the MAs. I'm just wondering what it's for and how it relates to the board. If you could cover that too, that'd be great.
Certainly. So Mark List, DWR. So the encroachment item in our maintenance area budget is to address items that are not typically a permitted type of encroachment. So debris that gets dumped or left, other issues. And it's also for our staff to identify and look at whether or not a permitted or unpermitted encroachment might need work.
Okay, so it's really your time, the staff's time to put together what goes to then the board staff.
Correct.
And in terms of removal, it's debris, things that are just obviously there that need to be removed and picked up.
So going into flood season, if, let's say there's an adjacent landowner who puts their prunings on the levee, which does happen, we might need to move those prunings off the levee. And so we do charge that encroachment category to take care of that. Or someone illegally dumped material.
Great, thank you.
We have to address that.
That's helpful.
So this is a summary of all the maintenance areas. You can see all 10 maintenance areas have proposed increases in the budgets. Primarily, we have staff cost increases, so we've addressed those here. I've got the distribution of work laid out. So every category, same color on the chart as in the little chart on the right, or the key. 149 levee miles, overall 5.2% budget, proposed budget increase for fiscal year 23-24. You can see our projected expenditures exceed last year's approved budget. And as I mentioned to Mr. Countryman, I will address that in a slide in just a moment. But this is the overall layout. So the combined fiscal year 22-23 expenses for the 10 maintenance areas are slightly higher than fiscal year 22-23 approved budget by the board last April. Primarily, or the calculation 3.6% over total based on projected work through the end of the fiscal year. And as Brian mentioned, there are a couple of areas we're doing damage repair from the storms. We're estimating that total. The actual totals will come in. We'll know next year exactly how they settled. They are really the increases are the result of repeated high water events. So every triggering event, once an elevation's hit, we are required to put personnel on the levees and patrol. And so when we do that repeatedly, so we had multiple triggering events this last several months, and usually we don't have that many triggering events, one or two, but we've had multiple. And so every time we do that, we're paying for staff to be patrolling, roving, evaluating 24 hours. So triggering events, flood fighting operations, and emergency repair actions during this last wet season. So I do want to mention 12878.44 addresses Mr. Countryman's question. Basically, the department's allowed to spend up to 20% over the approved budget without any issue. Those get addressed on a plus and minus. So as Brian showed in the slides previous, there are some from 21-22, there were some budget items or total budgets that were less than the total. So this package, once approved, goes to our governmental accounting office. They package it up with receipts and invoices. So funding coming in, funding going out, and we bill the county assessor's offices to collect the appropriate amount. It's an ongoing monthly process that they do in our governmental accounting office. They keep the books for us. We keep maintaining the right work going in the right spots. However, I will mention we are allowed to exceed the 20% without any other action if it's for flood fighting, emergency repairs, or other work. That's what 12878.44 very explicitly states. So on average, this higher budget will slightly be ameliorated by the less than total budget last year. So I'm not sure an individual taxpayer will see a great difference, but there certainly is an increase proposed for this next budget fiscal year. So it's all part of the sort of the calculus for putting in the amount that goes to the county assessor offices. So I hopefully that answered your question.
Well, sort of, but does it, if it's plus or minus 20%, then the current budget doesn't show making up anything from the previous year, right?
So we bring a budget to this board, the board adopts that budget. That is our established budget. We expend funding throughout a fiscal year. That funding gets collected and effectively invoices get created that offset the income. So we bill the county collects twice a year, sends funding to the department. We put it in our water resource revolving fund, and we work effectively, we work in arrears to some extent, but we also would get some advances during the year. So it's an ongoing budgeting process.
Regardless of the budget, you're actually billing for what you're doing.
Right. We bill for what we're doing.
Thank you.
That's right. Move on to the next one. So The final act, request for the board action, DWR requests Central Valley Flood Protection Board adopt the fiscal year 2023-24 maintenance area budgets to fix the amount of the estimate as presented and pursuant to 12878 at CEQA. I'll note 1287827 says the department's supposed to prepare the annual cost. We did that. 12878.28. We hold a hearing after April 1st. That's this hearing. 1287829, we provide notice to the public, which has been done. And finally, 12878.32 is fixing the amount of the estimate. That is the action by the board. So the request of the board is adopt or fix the proposed budget as presented. Answer any questions you may have, but hopefully that's it for me.
Thank you. And at the point I ask for a motion, it's going to be with the findings that Mr. List just said, because I'm not going to say it again. Board members have any questions or comments before a vote?
I do have a question, and it won't affect my vote on the budget, but back to the encroachments question. Table 3, and we've talked about what's our responsibility for handling encroachments, and I see upwards of 2,000 U's and M's there, and I didn't catch if you said how many of those are U's, and if there might perhaps be a smaller set of really high priority encroachments that you've specifically requested that we prioritize, how many that might be.
I couldn't speak to it now, but that certainly will be a package that goes to the board for each of the SWIFT areas. So what we'll do is we'll present based on the Corps' systems. We'll present back to the board so the department doesn't hold all of the maintenance on all of those SWIFT systems. We hold, in some cases, all of it, MA5, MA13. In some cases, we might be 20% of the levy mileage. So our intent is to package those, prioritize them per the department's identified need, and submit those to the board from Ms. Amami's signature. That'll go to your executive officer, and we'll simply request assistance from the board to address the following encroachments in the area. And I want to temper that with, I understand that the board has more than just my maintenance areas to take care of. So, but we will prioritize those per our envisioned highest priority, worst first. Something that is causing a damage issue or other problem that could prevent performance during a high water event, we'll ask for those to be first. Whether the board takes those in that order or not, that's
right. Yeah, I'm coming to understand the process, and I appreciate that. And my intent wasn't to put you on the spot about what the number is, but to get a feel for how many of the high priority ones there are. Is it a handful? Is it dozens? Is it hundreds? It's probably not.
Probably
2,000.
I have staff working on it.
Yeah, that's
We'll
fine.
just say that.
And I can take the answer offline too. But
It's
I
a
think it's helpful for us to have a feel for how many when we see these big reports of M's and U's, how many of them are really critical, and to be able to understand that. So that's my point, and I can take the answer offline and continue.
I would say
it's a little bit.
It's a percentage of the total that are really highest priority.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit like going into halftime 50 points behind, but you can only score 2 or 3 at a time, right? So get a feel for where we're at. Thank you.
Sure.
Our staff can weigh in on that as well. Board members, any other questions? Audience in the room? Hands up online?
No hands online, President Dolan.
Then I will accept a motion to adopt this budget with the findings as stated by Mr. List.
I'll go ahead. Did Joe make one or?
Motion by Countryman.
Second.
Second by Grego. Please call the roll.
Board Member Bosler.
Aye.
Board Member Grego.
Yes.
Board Member Ramirez.
Aye.
Board Member Countryman.
Yes.
Secretary Johnson.
Aye.
Vice President Valines. President Dolan.
Yes.
Eyes are the yes.
No, it's 4-3. It bounces back and forth.
The ayes and yeses have it.
So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Thank you to all of you. Here, this is what I'm proposing, board, unless I hear you. You're dismissed.
I'm done. There we go.
And we're going to be sent that PowerPoint. You have it? Well, we have it, but I didn't see it on my email, so it's going to come so we can peruse. Okay, so we have done that. What we have here, I'm going to switch. Board Member Bosler is going to give us state budget information, so she graciously said that we can switch that with the maintenance area dissolution informational presentation. Then after, but this president needs to take a 5-minute break right now, and then we'll come back to item number 10, the informational presentation on maintenance 3. So you don't have an ability to say no on that one. So 5 minutes. Convene after that. Nolan, 5 minutes. So I'm doing a little rearranging because certain parties for the informational item on the dissolution of maintenance area 3 are not yet present. So I'm moving to, at my decision, item 10C, board staff presentation, flood system improvement branch. And I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Grave Harvey, the chief of the branch. So good afternoon. Can't hear you.
Good afternoon, President Dolan, members of the board. Greg Harvey, branch manager of the Flood System Improvement Branch. And today I'm going to be giving an overview of our executive officer report, explain staff's activities and involvement in the projects, which they're always involved in the projects. Some, more than others at times from before or now might be more, but they're always involved. So let's go with this is our branch. Selva Mohan, he's a senior engineer. He oversees the Sacramento levee section, and that section oversees civil projects within the Sacramento area. And Mike Salazzo and Dustin Snowski are senior help with the branch activities for all the other projects. And also I wanted to focus, our branch is broken up into operational programs. And today I'm going to focus on the Section 408 system alteration permitting, the civil works board sponsored studies and projects, and our special projects. I'm going to touch on briefly on all the projects we're working on. So this map kind of shows, we have a lot of work throughout the state. So I'm going to break it down into the northern part and southern part, Sacramento area, and northern part of the state, and then the San Juan. Sacramento region map. This shows where our 408 projects and civil works projects are, along with the letters of intent on federal projects as well. Our Section 408 projects, and what that means is board issues encroachment permits for these projects, and we get letters of permission through Section 408 from the Army Corps of Engineers. Southport project. This project's already been completed area, and staff's been working with the applicant to that goes smoothly. Bear River setback levy project. I think a lot of these projects are going to ring a bell with the board. They've come before and been approved. Bear River setback levies built, and we're working on updating the O&M manual and working applicant to address some. Our Elkhorn Basin setback project. This project's in construction right now, and staff is working with facilities like PG&E and overhead lines and some. This project's about ready to southern part to tie into the Sacramento Weir widening, which is also in construction. Lookout Slough. This project was approved a number of years back by the board, the encroachment permit. Construction right now. Staff's also working with the applicant for the update action plans for ongoing in construction. Fremont Weir Improvement Project, or what's known as the Big Notch Project, also in construction. Staff's issued some time variance requests throughout the flood season. When appropriate, the Weir did flow, and so they stopped construction for a while, but that construction is back up. Old Sutter Pumping Plants, this is our project, and currently out for bid and should be awarded next. Rehabilitation to 3. Permitting phase is the Butte Slough outfall gates. This staff's been working with DWR. This is also another one of their. DWR is working with the National Marine Fisheries Service, iron out some fish passage. Perhaps working with DWR on this and ongoing. Tisdale Weir rehabilitation and fish passage project is also still in the permitting phase. This is another DWR rehabilitation. We're also working with the National Marine Fisheries Service, some of the fish passage issues. Natomas Cross Canal, staff's also 5% design. Grimes Levee Project. This is installing some slurry walls, some levee improvements. Back with the applicant. Working on the package to ultimately get an encroachment permit. The Highway 70 expansion project. This is a Caltrans project. This is the area on Highway 70 north of Marysville, where Highway 70 goes north out of Marysville, and Caltrans is proposing to widen Highway 70, I believe, from 5 lanes. Yeah, and they're also going to address the seepage issues on side. And so coincidentally, this section of the levee system up in Marysville is the northern part of the Marysville Ring Levee. Section is actually part of the Civil Works project. So Caltrans is head of that. And so their plan is to address this before. And staff just received a permit application for this. So we're looking through it and processing it and getting ready to send.
What is the location of the encroachment?
So the levee is going to be set way back to the east. And going to address, I think they're proposed at the beginning for remediation. I don't know what they are right now, but they evolved to cut off seepage cutoff wall, actually, which is a little pre-application phase. This is bypass sediment storage removal. This is another Department of Water Resources project, and had meetings with Plan is to remove sediment from this area like they've done in the past, but DWR also plans to strengthen the northern and southern levees. So the civil works projects in the Sacramento area that staff is working on. Number of these, notice the projects in green at the bottom, right? Those are the projects that the Sacramento levy section works on exclusively. Specifically, the American River Common Features projects, along with the Folsom. So, Sutter Basin project, this is already, this project's been a lot of encroachments that still need to be processed and encroachment owners. And so staff is working with ironing out these encroachments. Marysville Ring Levy project. This is one I mentioned earlier. This is a civil works project that's been ongoing for quite some time. And just recently, phase 3 construction was substantially completed. And purple or magenta section on the right of the Marysville Ring Levy. Other sections of this project, they're still working. A lot of encroachments up here as well, utility poles and lines that need to be relocated. Staff's actively working with utilities, project to move forward. West Sacramento project. This staff is applicant and the Army Corps, and their, I believe, was approved by the board number of back, and Army Corps is working on some Goldfields project. I believe the board took a tour of this last. Project's been completed and staff's been working with the Army Corps to update the operation maintenance manual and also update the 1950. That's comments have been going back and forth between and pending approval. Woodland flood risk reduction project. Design agreement was just approved by the board a few months ago and about ready to be signed. Now the new method of the Army Corps is approves either the project partnership agreement or designing back to the Army Corps for a few months for final review, and then just got word that it's ready to sign. So the city of Woodland sign it, and then it will come to our.
I thought the three entities came together at the Army Corps headquarters and signed it once. Sequential, and then shake.
They did that, President Dolan, in the past, and for whatever reason, they wanted to speed it up. And I believe the design agreement.
I don't want to delay you.
Sacramento River Bank Protection Project. Staff's going to present an informational briefing next month for a 1,000 linear feet. Mid Valley, Phase 3. Board approved the encroachment permit for this end of last year. And construction be about completed. We stopped a little bit during the high water, but we did it when appropriate. We did issue time variance requests to continue the work. Sites 9 and 10 are about complete. And then working on site 11 right now. That's another. Staff's processing the permit application right now. So that's the next project, next phase of this project. So like I said, Selva Mohan, he was here earlier. I think he Sacramento levee section, and Paul, Dennis, and Karina. They work on, like I said, the civil works projects in the Sacramento area, where Sacramento Area Patrol Agency is the
Photos of the staff.
I will
did
give
see
them.
Selva Somahan
Yeah.
earlier. Yes. Okay. All right.
A lot of kudos to that. They helped out with this presentation, and they work. So the American River Common Features 2016 consists of the Sacramento River East Levee, seepage instability and erosion, the American River erosion, and the Sacramento Bypass weir and widening. Also, staff works on the Thomas Basin projects down below, or legacy projects that they've been completed, and staff is working with the Army operations and maintenance manuals updated. Map depicting Pratt, Natomas in the middle, Sacramento Weir, South Sacramento County streams are.
Sorry to interrupt. We're getting some reports from online that people are having trouble hearing. So if you could speak up just a little bit more. Thank you.
President Dolan can hear me.
That's not as important as other people. Maybe you can raise the mic.
That better? All right.
Did these folks want him to start over? Okay, thank you. We'll be sure they get the transcript. We'll be sure anyone who wants gets your PowerPoint. Okay. Far be it from me to lengthen your presentation.
So these Sacramento River East Levee seepage and stability contracts 1, 2, and 3 have been completed, and they're working on contract 4 right now. Construction activities. This is some pictures of a deep mix method cutoff wall construction and cutoff wall for work in this area. Sacramento River Erosion Project. The Army Corps is going to be placing a lot of rock in this area to help with erosion, and like was mentioned before, and I think in Mark's presentation, MA9 maintains this area, and there are a lot of encroachments out there. So we, along with SAFCA and the board, we've been in contact with the owners out there and been working with them and trying to address the encroachments. And boat docks in particular for the erosion work need to be moved for this work to happen. And so board staff's been doing a great job in coordinating with the owners out there. Here's a map showing the erosion work along the American River. Tract 3 in the purple is expected to be completed this year, and then contract 4 this year, partly this year and next year. Sacramento Weir widening and bypass. The Sacramento Weir will be widened 1,500 feet, and the contract is expected to be awarded next month, which is really exciting. It's this construction season they're gonna project. Thomas Basin, this is another federal civil works project that Safeco is the local sponsor, and the board is the state non-federal sponsor. It's been ongoing for quite a while. Reach C in the upper left has been completed, and I believe Reach H is, I think it's the bottom right. The H is covered by the little box there. That's substantially completed, almost. Photos of the Reach B section near I-5. Folsom Dam Raise project. This is another project that's been going on for a while. Dike 8 at the bottom has been completed, and they're working on dikes 1 through 7. And then just recently, I read that to raise the main dam at the bottom just got awarded. So a $114 million contract was just awarded as of a couple of days ago for that work. So this is a few photos of the completion of Dike 8. So this is just a map showing the location of the letters of intent that we issued and some of the non-federal and special projects. So special project we're calling is the Delta Conveyance Project. Then the non-federal is the Yuba River berm project. It's up in the Goldfields area. Yeah, a little berm that's not in the federal jurisdiction. San Joaquin, these are the projects in the San Joaquin. Notice that there's only one civil works project in this area. A lot of the Section 408 projects. Smith Canal, I believe a number of years ago, I look back in my notes, I think it was 2020, the board approved the encroachment permit for this project. 2019, actually, and this ongoing construction, it's almost completed. Staff works with the applicant quite a bit. We've been issuing time variance requests for this area to continue work. RD 17, this project's completed. Staff's working with the applicant to update the operation and maintenance manual as we speak. Black Rascal project, this is in permitting. We received the permit application and reviewing plans. And sent them to the Army Corps, the package, and we're going back and forth on some comments. So this project's ongoing. The East Side Bypass, this is led by the Department of Water Resources Southern Office. And this is I believe erosion in the East Side Bypass and also Fish Passage and low flow rock ramp. And currently this project's on hold because folks down there working on it have been activated with the situation. Civil Works project on the San Joaquin, the Lower San Joaquin River, Lathrop and Manteca project. That's staff's heavily involved with the Department of Water Resources as the project manager and the Army Corps. Attend meetings. Project management plan for this has just been signed by staff at the and DWR and the board and the Army Corps. So it's projects moving along. Other projects, the non-federal, the high-speed rail project that's ongoing. It crosses, I think, 3 locations in our jurisdiction, and they're continuing with that work. We issued time variance requests to continue throughout the flood season, and I know the flood season down there goes to July. And then the Delta Conveyance project, that's a work authorization has been issued for that for borings, and they're about ready to start the work for the borings for that project. And then Cuba River North Training Wall, we're reviewing the application for that right now. And the letters of intent that we sent to the Army Corps for the board's continued support, whether it's a project or a study, we sent those last month. Those are the 7 right there. And last but not least, the designated floodway program. This is we categorize as a special project. Board staff worked on a budget change proposal for a designated floodway program modernization to update the boundaries and address the encroachments within the designated floodways that need to be dealt with. So cross our fingers for that.
Before you leave that one, this is an incredibly important program. And many of us here are doing what we can in partnership with our sister and brother agencies from SIGMA to DWR to even the Department of Conservation to try to figure out how to get the appropriate resources to modernize something where most of the effort and maps on this were prepared when everyone used manual typewriters. Now, I'm not going to ask the 2 or 3 of us in the room that even know what that is. So, okay, thank you for that. And it's this current and ongoing situation of flooding really points to the fact that we need to designate where floodwaters can safely, appropriately go and not into homes, infrastructure, environmental issues where it's not appropriate or where we are harming the economy of communities, let alone people's lives. That should be first. So we've got to work together every single day on how to make sure that that gets done.
Board Member Countryman?
Earlier, our public comment period, there was talk on fill in the floodway, they said. Do we have a designated floodway on the American River?
Yes,
we do.
Is it modern?
Well, I'm just saying,
Follow?
if somebody's placing fill in it, they should have to get a permit from us.
Well,
that's correct.
they probably will come to us.
Any other questions?
President Dolan, I can speak to that. Yes, in order to place fill within the designated floodway, a permit is required under our regulations. I would also note that it is allowed, although houses are not allowed in the designated floodway, human habitation, but other structures that would not be considered for habitation are.
There are houses in the designated floodway. We never approved them.
Yeah,
but,
historically, that's correct. Yes.
It has occurred. Winery up there in Binut in the designated floodway. All right.
Thank you.
Friends. Board members, questions, comments? Get your PowerPoint sent to us. Thank you for that.
Oh, you.
Audience
Thank you.
in the room? Any hands up online? Did anyone say that the sound got better?
I have received confirmation that sound was better.
Okay, well, and my apologies to all of you online. I guess, well, if there's something that you missed and you want it, please contact staff and we'll try to get you all the information where you want clarification. So thank you. And we know who our most soft-spoken staff member is. Okay, much to the consternation of Mr. Wright, who likes things only by A, B, C, D to whatever. If the appropriate representatives here are for item 10A, which is an informational presentation on the dissolution of Maintenance Area 3, then we can go forward with that. I'm not sure I see Mr. Montna. Is he on his way?
Not going to make it.
He's not.
Yeah.
Will you tell him that? I'm sorry. That's correct. Yes. Okay. Well, I always look forward to see him, so we'll say hello. Okay, we're at item 10. That's the start of board items, but it's going to be mixed up again, Mr. Wright, just so you know that. Item A is a dissolution of maintenance area. It will be introduced by Darren Soon, Board Legislative and Policy Advisor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, President Dolan, Vice President Valines, members of the board, Darren Soon, your Legislative and Policy Advisor, pinch hitting for this item. It's my pleasure to introduce this item, actually. You know, we've talked a lot about maintenance earlier in this meeting, and this is a great situation, in my opinion, to see the local maintaining agency resuming its responsibilities for operations and maintenance. LD1, Levy District 1, is the longest standing continuously operating levy district in the state. And historically, it was the first levy district to provide flood protection for public benefit at the public's expense, at public expense.
That's the very first levy district. Is that why I got LD1?
Yeah.
And now
there is two to LD1.
So was it coterminous to LD1 Glen? Was it coterminous with LD1 that's in Glen County? Well, we'll go back to like 1848 to find out who gets surprised. Okay.
Whether they were truly first or not,
they're LD1.
155 years they've been going strong, and this board provided a 150th anniversary resolution to them in recognition of that. You remember that, President Dolan? I know you were there. So with me today, it's my honor to introduce the General Manager, Andrew Stresser. Along with him is General Counsel Ali Stevens, and to provide an informational item that will come back before you at the earliest of next month for a decision, and look forward to learning more about this application. And with that, I'll turn it over to Andrew.
Thank you, Darren.
Mr. Stresser, good
Yes,
afternoon. Thanks
President
for our little
Dolan, board
jumbling there.
members. Thank you guys for the opportunity to speak before you today. I apologize for any inconvenience that we caused. Again, my name is Andrew Stresser. I'm the Levy District Manager, Levy District 1 Manager of Sutter County. With me here today, Ali Stevens, District Counsel, Somex, Simmons and Dunn. And we're going to talk about or inform you on a process that hasn't been brought before you since, according to Mark List, 1991. This is a dissolution of a maintenance area, specifically Maintenance Area 3 into Levy District 1. So I think did I go backwards? Oops. Bear with me. All right. There we go. Okay. Here's some background about Levy District 1. We're located along the west bank of the Feather River West Levee. Again, this is the oldest continuously operating levy district in California, according to documentation that we could identify. We were authorized by special legislation created by the Sutter County Board of Supervisors. There's a specific paragraph in the water code that relates to the activities of Levy District 1. We were initially funded by a popular vote of the property owners in Sutter County, and that took place May 13th, 1868. So as Darren stated, 155 plus years ago. I don't believe Mr. Countryman was there at that time, but. Kidding.
I think he was in
Yes,
preschool.
I apologize for that. This is going to come back for a vote, and I don't want to just. Yeah, there you go. Okay. I got my one shot. Yeah, okay.
Oh, and you actually want us to vote on this, huh? Yeah, okay.
Not this time. Yeah, let us sweet talk you for a month.
Yeah, us guys are paying attention.
Well, thank you. As of today, we are directed by a 4-member board or a 3-member board. Those are voted on by the property owners. Unfortunately, our chairman couldn't make it today. We do have a staff of 4. That includes a general manager, district council, a district engineer. MHM Engineering handles all our engineering needs. And we operate and maintain 16.1 miles of the Feather River West Levee in Sutter County. So over the last few years, we have had a number of high water events that's required emergency flood fighting and repairs. Most significantly was the 2017 high water event. But prior to that, it's been 68 years since an actual breach, and we did have a breach in 1955,
Yes, we did.
unfortunately. Okay, so I know this board's in tune with a lot of the activities that taken place. So I'll just briefly describe what's happened along the Feather River West Levee in the last few years. In 2010, property owners of Sutter and Butte Basin overwhelmingly approved a property assessment to pay for the local cost share of a capital project to rehabilitate the Feather River West Levee. Since that time, 44 plus miles has been rehabilitated from the Oroville Afterbay in the north all the way to the south, the southern section of the district, which is bisected by the Highway 99 bridge. This investment's included over 400 million in upgrades to the Feather River West Levee. But now that the capital improvements have been completed, Levy District 1, as one of the local maintaining agencies responsible for the OMRR&R, to maintain these levees going forward. So how are we going to do that? So in order to efficiently operate and maintain the majority of the levees that protect Sutter County, Levy District 1 and Levy District 9, the 2 local maintaining agencies, partnered with Sutter County to create the Feather River West Levee Financing Authority. And so we describe that acronym as FRALIFA.
Seriously.
I did not come up with these, I promise. It was established in May of 2020. It also includes maintenance area 3, which is roughly 5.1 miles on the southern end of the Feather River West Levee to the confluence of the bypass. Now that is obviously maintained by the state. So FRALIFA, its essential purpose was for financing OMRR&R on the Feather River West Levee, but we included maintenance area 3. With the hydraulic modeling that was completed, it had demonstrated that the maintenance 3 area people do receive a benefit from Levy District 1 and 9 and vice versa. Therefore, it was included as part of our assessment package. And if you see on the map, the green cross check, those are all the properties that receive a benefit from that Feather River West Levee portion. The purple is the Levy District 1 boundary. The yellow in the north is Levy District 9, and then obviously the orange at the bottom is maintenance area 3. But we also included a budget that would be able to sufficiently fund OMRR&R for that 5.1 miles of maintenance area 3. And in June of last year, the property owners voted in favor of this new assessment. And with that, I'm going to have Ally go through where we're at in the process.
Hello, board members. Ally Stevens, General Counsel for LD1. So we're here today because we have submitted a request to dissolve Maintenance Area 3 pursuant to Water Code Section 12878.22. That Water Code section allows the board to dissolve the maintenance area so long as it finds that it's in the best interest of the state to do so. There's not a lot of detail on what that means exactly, but we have been working with board staff to come to an understanding of what that looks like. And board staff has indicated that, among other things, LD1 needs to enter into a new assurance agreement that would cover the Maintenance Area 3 area, that we would need to provide a justification for the dissolution, that the dissolution of MA3 is in the best interest of the state. We need to show evidence of an acceptable management structure and evidence of a reliable and continuous funding source. So in January of this year, LD1 formally submitted a request to dissolve MA3. And as we explained in that request, LD1 believes it is in the best interest of the state for MA3 to be dissolved. LD1 is capable of performing the OM, RR, and R within MA3, and it also has the authority to undertake capital improvements that might be necessary once the maintenance area is dissolved. LD1's been in existence for over 150 years and provides vital flood control protection to the people and property of Sutter County. We've consistently been at the forefront of flood control issues and advocacy in Sutter County at the state and local level. We believe that the dissolution of MA3 will consolidate and enhance the services that LD1 provides and lead to reduced costs and efficiencies. And the dissolution of the maintenance area will also return the levies of MA3 to local control, improving property owners' access to governance and reducing potential liabilities for the state. So this presentation is intended to kind of acquaint you with our request. Board staff has indicated that formal action on the request may be included on the May agenda. We are in the, LD1 is currently in the process of annexing the MA3 area into its boundaries and sphere of influence. A hearing before the Sutter County Local Agency Formation Commission on that request is set for May 11th. And LD1 is attempting to complete this entire process, the dissolution of MA3 and the assumption of that property into its boundaries in a timely manner so that the Frau Lifa assessment that Drew spoke about can be submitted to Sutter County by the August 10th deadline so that it makes it onto the tax rolls for the next season. And with that, if you have any questions, we're here to answer them.
Board members, any questions?
I just have a comment. I just am really excited that that you all brought this forward, and I'd like to look at how we can streamline process for those that come after you to do this. This is happening everywhere across state government, where the complexities of what we need to do today to comply and to do the work just cannot be maintained by many, many tiny agencies. And so this consolidation is inevitable and often really beneficial. And I think we should be here at the board doing what we can to facilitate and make that process as smooth as possible if locals come to it.
Thank you for that. I think that's entirely appropriate. I'm going to call on the president next. I think that the importance of the regional flood management planning entities certainly underscores how this process can start because you have the local leadership to do it. Sutter Butte Flood Control Association joining with all of those showing the benefits of that. But when we have entities like Levy District Number 1 that has the capability and the interest and the political support to do it, we should figure out how to get that accomplished. So my congratulations to you all, and that you were able to get an assessment approved in this decade is astonishing, and thank you. You're to be complimented on that. 1986 probably helped.
Through the chair.
Member Grego.
I just want to underscore what our President Dolan said. I've been watching this because I'm just across the river and been watching through the newspapers and through discussions, you know, from the folks that live over there about this process. And so I want to commend the LD1 and their team for doing what bringing this back to local control. I agree with Board Member Bosley that local control is the best, and not to say anything different about the state. They do a great job. But what it does is it brings budgetarily predictability, so that the folks that are out there know what their assessment is. And so forming this type of finance structure, I know that it gives them the ability to also bond against projects that might be in the future. And so I thought it was a wise decision for them to do this. Also, because of the action that we took today with the state the MA budget, knowing this as a county supervisor, and Jane also, is that these type of requests through the county don't go in until September or so. And so these folks will not be dinged twice in regards to being charged twice. And so I just want to make that clear if there was any questions in either the board members' minds or with the public. Thank you.
Board members? Anyone in the audience? Hands are standing up. Anyone online? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, President Dolan.
All right. Now we are going to go to board item 10D, as in Dolan. Messing it up for you all. Our operations branch staff member, Yigbo Ling, hopefully I did better with your last name, is going to give us a presentation because he's been involved and activated on issues in San Joaquin Valley, particularly this Tule Basin. So you're on. This is like your third attempt and you actually get to talk to us. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, President Dolan, Vice President Banais, and members of the board. Again, my name is Yi Guo Liang. I'm the chief of the operations branch with the board. As a flood manager, I think I'm glad that we have this opportunity to talk about the flood issues related to the Tule Basin, which has already been hit hard by the recent storms and floods, yet has looming flood concerns, potentially greater than we have experienced in March for the next few months to come. So my purpose here today is not to offer solutions to address the looming concern. Rather, it is just to use this platform to raise awareness, to exchange ideas, thoughts, and generate discussions that may help identify solutions for the immediate and short-term needs through the summer. Also, I wanted to mention that this presentation was originally, I prepared originally for the April 14 board workshop. So there's some information I kept because I think even though they are a little bit updated in terms of we're talking about, they still carry the same message. I see appropriate, I made some update I mentioned later. Oh, it's working.
Took a break.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
That silence was trying to figure out how to advance the PowerPoint slides. Don't we love this?
All right, I made it. Okay.
Thank you.
So this slide, I intend to use, there's two maps to kind of help provide an overview of the region's hydrologic setting. Both maps have some important features I like to mention. The left map is titled as Tulare Basin Natural Communities, dated in 1850. It shows the general pre-development natural communities, for example, the water body and wetlands that are shown in dark blue and light blue, respectively. And there are some other natural communities as well. Also, it has some topographic characteristics. You will see the Sierra Nevada mountains on the east, and which are at elevations as high as like 14,000 feet. And also it shows the watershed and upstream, the streams drain, the tributary come into the watershed and drain to the four major rivers. The right map has some more landmarks in terms of there's a couple of state prisons at the Cochran area. And also there are four major reservoirs and rivers. I think on your screen, you probably should be able to see, but the audience, there's one reservoir is blocked. So there are, from north to south, the Pine Flat Reservoir on the Kings River, and terminus on the Kaweah River, Success, and Tule River. And the one that's not seen on here is Isabella on the Kern River. The table, there's a small table up right corner, which shows the reservoir's capacity, also from the same order from north to south. Another important thing I wanted to mention is that the two major streams, the Tule and Kaweah River in the middle, two middle rivers, they drain entirely within the basin. But the north and south, the two rivers, namely the Kings River and the Kern River, not all the water drain within the basin. For the Kings River, the first 4,750 CFS water, flood release water, will go north, sending to the San Joaquin Basin. And if there's additional flood release beyond that, additional up to 3,200 CFS will be sent to the Tulare Basin. And if there's any additional flood release, that will be split between the north and the south. For the Kern River, you may refer to the left map, which is historically showing that there's connection. So flood water from Kern River, when past the city of Bakersfield, it will first fill the two lakes, the Kern Lake and Ula Vista Lake, before it's overtopping. If in the rail events, they overtop and flow north and enter the Tulare Basin. But lately, I think in the early 1900s, since a lot of work modification needs, local needs, so there has been a lot of diversion on the Kern River. So the Kern River flood water has not been a major contributor to the Tule Lake area. Okay, what's happened? So again, I mentioned about I prepared this slide for the April 14 workshop. At the time, early April, I was thinking about the prior to April and after April use that as, so I develop some slides for March. So in the March 2023, there are storms that have caused extensive flooding to the Tulare Basin area. So broad damages, and now it's threatening to bring more damages to the area. You'll see the residential area, the farmlands, the freight transport, and the state prisons. They have been impacted. And also there are levee breaches, and there's overtop over riverbanks, and there's inundation to roads, which has not only caused property damage, but also really put people's life in danger. The region is still doing flood fight as we are talking, and is still not recovered yet from the impact of the March storm. To have a perspective on what has driven the flood, and it may be a good idea to start with reviewing how much precipitation occurred in this region at that time. The data from DWR CDEC, California Data Exchange Center information show that March storms have brought record precipitation to the Tulare Basin based on the 6th station index as of April 6th is shown here. The cumulative daily precipitation chart shows here is that this year's precipitation is shown at the blue line. I'm not sure if you can see that. It has current, at the time, April 6th, current cumulative 51.1 inch of precipitation, which clearly surpassed the 1982-83 record, which is shown on the blue line, the brown line. And it also barely beat, at the time, the 1980s, 68 and 69 record, which was the record. So the region overall has precipitation doubled the average, long-term average precipitation, which is shown as the shaded area. The steepest increase of the precipitation occurred in the mid-March, which brought tremendous runoff and flood, along with actually a lot of local ungauged streams contributed to the flood to the region. And there's a couple of reservoirs, one actually exceeded capacity and other is approaching to its capacity during the time. So this area is really saturated. So with that record of precipitation in mind, so what was the amount of runoff feeding the reservoirs? This slide just try to show that and give you a perspective of reservoir inflow. So the first column is the volume of March natural flow, or you call unimpaired flow, generated from the upstream watersheds without human interference, which means the natural flow estimated. I don't have a good data to know how much diversion up before the water get into the reservoir, but assumption is given the time, the non-growing season, given the amount of precipitation, that if there's any diversion, that would be a loss. That would be really minimal. So basically, you can say this is representing the amount of water enter into the reservoirs, which is the first column. And the second column is just about the average daily flow into each of the reservoir in CFS, cubic feet per second. And the third, you'll see the long-term average March inflow. So the last column is kind of the ratio between the third and fourth. It shows if you focus on the meters to rivers, it's about over 600%, basically six times up to almost 10 times of normal inflow into the reservoir for the month of March. So as we learned before, the Success Dam, actually that's one dam I mentioned, could not handle the near 10 times of inflow, and it just had uncontrolled releases of the flow. So this slide, so once we have the idea how much water get into the reservoir, I wanted to know how much water released. That's the intent of this slide. So the first column is just brought from the last slide, how much water enter into reservoir. And then middle two columns are the storage at the time, end of February and end of March. And then the difference between that is kind of a storage change. And then the last column is calculated, estimated net release of water from the reservoir. So this last column, I'm going to mention later on because I'm going to make reference to that. As I mentioned again, not all releases from the reservoirs, Pine Flat Reservoir into Tulare Basin, and also is the release from Isabella may contribute to causing flood along the Kern River, but not to the Tulare Basin. And again, there's a lot of local unengaged flow that contributed to flood, which we don't have a good record at this point in time. So as we are turning to spring and later in summer, rainfall runoff probably will no longer a major issue, a source of flooding. But snowpack and snowmelt flooding in this region is concerning. So this slide is just showing kind of a projection of how much water is going to, not this slide, next slide, but this slide is actually the water content, a snowpack of water content. So the upright graphic, you will see there's a percentage for South Sierra snowpack, and the 3.4% is representing the snowpack as I collect the data April 11th at the time from CDEC. So that's the percentage as of average April 1st. So on April 11, there's 304% of snowpack basically of average April 1st snowpack level. And the 320% is actually on April 11th. This is a percentage of April 11th long-term average value. So the y-axis is basically the percentage of normal April 1st average. As you can see, for this year, it pretty much actually break the record. Right now, talking about April 11 is 304% of April 1st average value. Hope I get it right. Then, as you can see, when in early January, if you follow the blue line, the 304 line, early January, it's already reached to 100% of long-term April 1st level. And then by late February, it reached to 200%. And by the time we talk about, I collect data April 11th, over 300%. That's really tremendous amount of snowpack. Again, so this is a record high. And what does this amount of snowpack mean to the basin's flooding in the next few months? That's where we get into the projection. So DWR Bulletin 120, they give water supply forecast for April through July. So this one is April 1st projection they released. The first column of the table just show at the 50% exceedance probability. But exceedance, basically the 50-50 chance probability for how much unimpelled flow will go into each of the reservoirs. And you can see that basically the amount of unimpelled runoff water pretty much is able to fill 3 to 4 times of respective reservoirs during the forecasted April through July time period. And I mentioned before that I'm going to reference another, that's the March net release, the last column, just to compare if we release that amount, that's what we experienced in March. And right now we have what? Multiple times, maybe even more than 10 times of total, but that will be released over 4 months, maybe longer time period. So if you use that, just use one example. Say use the middle one, the Terminus reservoir, which is having like in March, it released 200,000 acre-feet of water to Kawhi River. So if 1/4 of the 810 acre-feet of snowpack is melted during 1 month of this period, summer, so the volume is going to be almost equivalent to what we have in March. But the question is, maybe questions are, what if 1/4 of the snowpack melt in a shorter period of time? And also the question, if there's a prolonged heat wave happened, will the peak snowmelt runoff be greater than we have experienced in March? So what will happen? We talk about this is a 50% exceedance. What will happen if it's 10% exceedance? That will have like 20% more, about 20% more snowpack projection than this. So the uncertainty associated with the Bullet 120 is about how much volume of water in watershed now at a time. But there's uncertainty about the weather, right? The temperature, when that's going to happen. So all those uncertainty, well, needs to be addressed. So I made this slide just this morning before I came here. I just pull the Bulletin 120, the latest update, which is April 25th, just compare that. If you see that there's really not much from that 2 updates, there's really not much change in terms of a total projected, forecasted, unimpelled flow. So that means pretty much in almost entire April, there has not a lot of snow melt occurred. So the snow still there, looming concern still there. So what are the ongoing efforts? I want to just maybe briefly, very high level. So from disaster management perspective, all 3 phases of actions, which they call preparedness, response, and recovery, are all undergoing in this region. So as I mentioned earlier, there are ongoing emergency response, flood fights, and emergency repairs. Also, the good news is governor had an executive order released on March 31st to support the Tulare Lake Basin flood response. And he even paid a visit this Tuesday to the basin to emphasize state's commitment to supporting this region. And also the professionals from different various entities are working hard to develop, collect data, develop model tools, maps, and analytic tools to be used to inform decision makers. And decision makers and flood managers and the interest parties from local, state agency, and federal agency are working hard to identify solutions to address the immediate issues and prepare for the looming concern. So as I mentioned earlier, this presentation is meant just for raise awareness and to have a chance to exchange ideas, to generate some discussions. And so with that, I'm just open for any comments and questions.
That thank you with the exclamation point would be for you. Thank you for the effort. I know you've been activated, you've been pretty busy and you've been waiting to give
Thank
this.
you also. While you're kind of gathering your comments, I'm sorry, I just missed one thing. I have one thing I want to just pass around, which is
great.
Tulare Lake Atlas, DWR generated. So it has a lot of information. Basically, this is an atlas about kind of based on the latest, greatest LiDAR data they collected in 2021, I believe, at 1 foot accuracy. So they based on LiDAR data, kind of developed this kind of a rating table based on elevation and volume of the Tulare Lake Basin.
Hold that up.
Tulare Lake, so I'm going to pass that.
Tulare Lake Basin Atlas.
Yes,
Recently
Tulare Lake.
developed,
So basically they use that and generate a lot of kind of a rating table and also a map. So basically based on certain elevation, certain elevation, then they have a kind of an inundation area associated with that. They have a map associated with each of that. And there's a lot of detailed discussion in that. I think we can provide electronic copy to you if you. So with that, any question or comments?
We are going to lose the presence of Board Member Johnson. As soon as he gets to his car, we'll have him by phone. Comments? Just one copy of that atlas?
I only collected one copy so far. Yeah, we have electronic copy of them.
Okay. Comments? Yes. Member Ramirez.
Thank you, President Dolan. Thank you for the update. I will say just in short, I think you offered an electronic copy of the atlas. As you turn the pages, it's like the flip books you used to look at when you were a kid. The blue keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger over time. So that's the take-home message. It's dated at the bottom, and it has the image of how the lake has continued to expand over time. And I know there's a lot of people working on this, and I think it's great to have this. Maybe it's just a standing item through the spring so that whatever might be new can be shared. It might be really short. It might not be. But it'd be great to have the opportunity to at least get the update. I also wanted to just mention, I think as President Dolan knows already, that I had the opportunity to be on a panel during the week. As part of the panel discussion, of course, people were asking about the Tulare Lake situation. And one of the comments I made was that the Tulare Basin, as it stands, is not and has not been in any of the 3 Central Valley Flood Protection Plan documents because it's not in the planning area. Historically, maybe sadly, the planning area stops right at the San Joaquin River, not even a watershed boundary, just the river itself, which is very odd and obviously not aligning with physical science or hydrology. So I offered that it was worth a discussion, not today, but in the future, as part of the 27 update, if we shouldn't have the area added to the study plan so that we would be better prepared next time. So there's a lot to unpack there, but I want to at least let people know that came up just yesterday. And that's my response. And I know I'm just one person of the 7-member board, and I don't mean to speak for any of my colleagues or the staff or DWR for that matter. I made it really clear that, they prepared the plan and we approve it, but I think it's worth the discussion at some point, maybe after we get through the current event. So that's it. Thank you, Eagle. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you.
I appreciate your suggestion that this be a standing item for updates and ability to receive information. But let's do that. Any comment? We'll do that. Any other board member?
The one, you have to be a little careful with the data there because inflow and reservoir storage is not the only parameter. The releases for irrigation and spreading also reduce the amount of water that goes to Tulare Lake. So it's a little bit more complicated than what we see there. But I guess by our next board meeting, we'll pretty much know. It's going to probably be peaking at that time.
It's complicated. Bosler?
Yeah, no, I think, it's, well, first of all, I want to commend the administration for all of the efforts they've taken to get the presidential declaration and to really wrap around the local governments and the emergency response and the support of those living with these waters. And we'll be living with them for many, many months now. That's really first and foremost really important. I really want to take this opportunity, this crisis opportunity, always want to look for opportunities in crisis to really think about how we can do better and have more thought and planning about where to put this historic water. I feel like there are so many things from our plan that are really coming out in this event down in Tulare and around Corcoran and all the communities down there. And I want to just align my comments with Board Member Ramirez in terms of really thinking about relooking at the state plan of flood control and the natural hydrology and watersheds of the system and how the current state plan could be amended. And the main reason is to really get that structure around the regional planning. And I know people are working tremendously together, landowners, governments, the federal government, the state government, also everyone is working together, but we need that kind of energy during times when there isn't water so that we can put together projects and plans that make sense.
Yes, can't lose sight of this. Can't just talk about it when we have a crisis. Board members? Any, it's like all staff, except Megan. Anyone in the audience? Megan, you've been with us. You're waiting for what? Oh, not enough, I'll tell you that. She's waiting for the budget. That's the answer. Anyone online with a hand up? Okay. Thank you. I'm sure we'll hear from you again, so
All right, thank you.
keep up the good work. Thanks very much. All right, that takes care of that. Just so you know, the president doesn't care if you have lunch. You are, already lost one down, other to go. Mr. Jones, will you let us know when Board Member Johnson is able to, he says he's going to try by phone, so it all depends on whether or not he's got the.
I see that he's online now.
Oh, okay, welcome, Brian. So that takes care of board item 10D for now. So let's go to, because we have an audience member who wants to hear not Gary Lipner's presentation or overview of state budget, but Board Member Bosler. So this is just from rights checking off on his notes. Department of Water Resource, item 9B. Member Bosler is now Department of Water.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm very happy to help support Mr. Lifner on this item. Obviously, and this is the budget proposals, and I think going forward, we'll probably have more real-time presentations shortly after January 10th. But these budget proposals have been out there, and I want to talk a little bit about them. I think this is a really kind of interesting place where we sit because we have such really clearly delineated estimates about what is needed to support our system. And that doesn't exist in a lot of places. And so, I think it's really easy to say, okay, well, here's how much we're short. And there are going to be more opportunities this year. The governor has been clear about his support of a resources related bond. There are several measures moving through the legislature right now. Many of them have around $5 billion for flood protection, not just the ones that are dedicated specifically for flood. So I think one of the things that we as a board and all of all the folks that that come before us can think about in terms of how we can make sure that that bond that does end up getting completed, and there's going to be a whole long process to get to the end there, but does have the funding that we need to further our plan and implement our plan, and in a way that's the most useful for the flood districts in the Central Valley and for Department of Water Resources as well. So just a little bit about what's in the budget. So the governor's budget came out in January. There is 36.9 million over 4 years. So that's not all in 1 year. And that's to start updating the 2027 plan. So that's very exciting. That planning process is really important. And that is something that was funded in the budget. There is one thing, though, that is not included in an ongoing way, and that's funding for the Regional Flood Management Program. I think there's been a lot said at these meetings over the last several months and before that as well, just about how important those organizations are. I know that that DWR has some plans for the upcoming year to support those planning organizations, but I think there's a lot of value for us continuing conversations about how we make that, give that more permanency so that those groups really can, be, a catalyst to improved projects in their regions. The other thing that's funded is the YOLO Bypass Cash Slough Master Plan and YOLO Bypass Comprehensive Study. So there is one of those regional planning efforts that's specifically funded, and that's for 3.35 million. Then there is also 25 million for system-wide flood risk reduction, including the Paradise Cut and also other YOLO bypass projects. So 10 million for the Paradise Cut expansion multi-benefit project, and then another 15 million for the YOLO bypass to repair and strengthen levees there. There's a small amount of funding around the flood maintenance and operations branch at DWR. And then finally, there's 135.5 million over 2 years for urban flood risk reduction. And this is specifically to contribute directly towards 200-year flood protection and to achieve the goals in SB 5. So those were really important investments that are reflected in the January budget. I think we can all say that we hope that there is more in the May revision, given the emergency that's happening in the southern San Joaquin and even the high waters we had in the Sacramento Valley, where there are going to be emergency repairs inevitably that will need to be made when the water recedes. That takes nothing away from the really important work that we continue to do to make sure that all of those levies are in the PL 8499 program and that we're able to capitalize on whatever federal funds can support. And there may be opportunities through FEMA as well, because we do have a presidential declaration. I know a lot of those programs that are activated are in support of people and businesses that are harmed by the emergency. But it'll be important to look at opportunities that we can utilize through FEMA to also pull down federal monies from that agency, as opposed to U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to support repairs as well. Lots to look for in the coming weeks. Just to give you a little context, the Department of Finance is working across state government right now on a May revision. Unfortunately, the economics, and I know probably a lot of you have been reading the newspaper this week, and there's been some not great economic data that's come out. I know today on my way in, heard about some really very soft consumer spending numbers, which is not good for the state's revenues. We are very, very impacted by economic conditions and the stock market in particular, because we're very dependent on income tax here in the state of California. And so all of those conditions I would put into my crystal ball and say that the Department of Finance is probably dealing with a larger budget problem than they had in January. This is still not a crisis like the crises that Mr. Valines lived through in the legislature, nothing at that level at all. But it just doesn't mean that we're going to have the level of funding that we had in the last two budgets. And so obviously that's a challenge in getting new things approved, especially those things that are supported by the general fund. But I think we've, continue to put forward like very clear needs in our region. We'll just continue to work on addressing those. But obviously the situation in the Southern San Joaquin is really highlighting the importance of continuing to make progress in these areas.
A lot of needs, a lot of work, not a robust budget forecast. Stein here says, speak directly into the mic, and I'm messed up. Sorry. Questions, comments? Thank you, Member Bosler, for doing that. Maybe this can be a agenda item as well for updates. We're following this, could just who introduced the latest bond proposal, and how big a figure are we going to go? Because the last one I read was 15. Ratcheting it up. We'll see. I doubt there'll be 5 water bonds. But comments from anyone in the audience?
Through the chair. I just want to thank.
Grego?
Yeah, I want to thank.
Did you want to talk?
Keely for that report. And I'll just say, as a
Waving at me. Okay, please go.
as an independent business person, I'll tell you that 3 years of COVID, and then the banks in Silicon Valley, and then you see water rising. I mean, it's just like almost a perfect storm for the folks out there. And I've seen less investments, being made in commerce. I've talked to my fellow restaurateurs in the area. We have all seen a decline in business. And I think all of that is part of that. All of those reasons are a part of that. And when we're starting to see the waters come up in the Yuba and the Feather, because the forks of the Yuba, not all of them they're free flowing. Some of them I think 2 of them are free flowing. And so there's no way to stop that. But I know that DWR with Oroville and with Bullards with the water agency, they're really trying to manage that, but some of it can't. And just like we heard down in the lower Delta, some of those are free flowing and you're not going to be able to stop that water. So it'll be an interesting summer, to say the least. And I'll say it again, because I always say it, is that if we can't fix all the levees, then we better have a good evacuation plan.
You definitely know and live. Mr. List, were you raising your hand to say something? No? Okay.
President Dolan, Board Member Johnson has his hand raised. So.
All right. Okay.
Hey, thank you. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, excellent. And apologies for needing to step out. Start by thanking Board Member Bosler for the presentation. It's very helpful. And I think this is a good thing for us to do with our constituents periodically. Helpful for the board, probably helpful to folks in our audience. It occurs to me that as we're discussing some belt tightening at a state level, where we went from a couple of really good years to a much tougher year, that we're also in a moment when the federal government has more funding for infrastructure than it's ever had. And I wonder if we have a coordinated effort among our agencies. I'm thinking, board staff and DWR in particular, and our partners to be identifying opportunities on the federal side and coordinating to pursue those. And I think I've heard that the state of California has brought on some folks to work specifically on federal infrastructure type coordination. And I wonder if there's something there. Perhaps, Keely, you have information about that, or are there others who do? And if not, maybe if there's a way for us to, really freshen up our game on the federal side.
I don't know who wants to take that.
I can-
I know
I can
there's
res-
efforts.
yeah.
To the extent of how coordinated it is, probably can be improved. Mr. Soon? Just back at DC?
I was. Thank you, President Dolan, for the opportunity, and thank you, Board Member Johnson, for the question. I was back in DC for the recent regional cap-to-cap trip, where we received a briefing from the Association of General Contractors, talking about the bipartisan infrastructure law and all the challenges that are going with that to implement the funds. And it's really down at the project level. So trying to when you get funding from one particular agency trying to implement the project, you run into problems as you try to get environmental clearance and other permitting problems, as you can imagine. And so it was a strong advocacy effort on our part to try to get at that issue. And so I think to Board Member Johnson's comment, getting involved in coordinating with these agencies and any other state level efforts to try to get the federal agencies to collaborate together and find pathways to implement faster would be one of the things that we could do. So, thank you.
There is work that is occurring. Everybody's busy, really trying to do that. But Member Johnson, I appreciate that because that's sort of what the cycle is. As has occurred over decades, the state does not have money. The state comes in, or the federal comes in. The federal is low, the state comes in. So it's sort of like we need to work together to assure that the needs are met. So I think it is pertinent to address at the federal level.
Yeah, no, I wanted to follow up on Board Member Johnson's comments about the federal money, because I do think this is something that just understanding the dynamics of state government, there are lots of competitive grant opportunities. Each one of those will take many hours to put together applications. In some cases, it's important for the grantees, which are maybe lower level than the state, even to be involved in putting those grants together. So I think there's a lot of value in our staff. Maybe this is a direction to our executive officer, and to the extent that you can, is really looking at ways, looking around, identifying opportunities. Doesn't mean that the board necessarily is going to be putting in applications, but calling up DWR, asking them like who's taking the lead on this. How can we have workshops to help potential grantees kind of understand the landscape. One of the things when I was reading your ledge update, Darren, about the new designation around disadvantaged communities, and I think they used a different term. But, you know, is there a way that we can help you know, have an information session for potential grantees to be able to take advantage of that and understand how to structure their applications in a way that is, you know, complies with that new designation. You know, these are things that I think looking for ways to be helpful for those that are putting together competitive grant applications. You know, these things take a lot of time and energy, but they're really important that we put our best foot forward, especially with the unprecedented opportunities across government as well. And, you know, I think there are lots of opportunities, and this is the thing that I have this thought about, but I think it's going to be complicated. But another thing that came out this week from the governor's office was an announcement about grants for farmland conservation. And, you know, I think, wow, wouldn't it be so great if we could take these different funding sources, which are not ideally drawn up, but they could help to contribute towards projects that we want to get done that have flood protection and flood benefits. And so thinking outside of the box about federal opportunities beyond just Army Corps and now FEMA, of course, but looking across state and federal government for other opportunities for funding sources that could plug into our projects.
Through the chair. I just want to add to that discussion because I really appreciate you and all the wisdom that you bring to this board, Keely. When we look at the federal government and we ask for money, we also need to take in consideration the regulations. You know, that was one of the things that we ran up against at Three Rivers is because regulations weren't meant for local government to participate in flood, you know, levee projects. This is state and federal. So those regulations don't reflect locals as a partner in rebuilding the system. And so looking at these regulations to make it more easier and streamline the process because time is money. And so those are the considerations that I would ask to add on to that ask from the federal government, not just money, but also how we view how the regulations are interpreted and how they make it easier for us to get the projects done.
We could look at ours as well, but yeah, that's a good point. And we hear that over and over. There can be funding allocated for projects, but as Mr. Soon said, it can take years to get through certain hurdles of permitting, and that's not helpful. And in my region, it took 21 years for something everybody liked and was necessary to save lives. So it's just... Megan Nagy? Okay, so you're kind of like, you're gonna call on me to stand up, ma'am.
All right.
You are. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, President Dolan, members of the board, Megan Nagy from Reclamation District 108 and the Mid and Upper Sac Regional Flood Management Plan. Thank you, Member Bosler, for that was a really good summary, and it popped all kinds of things that like maybe like ideas and thoughts. So I'd love to have follow-on conversations, and the workshop idea is a really good one. From the Flood Control Association standpoint, we are continuing to try to advocate for funding under RFMPs and small communities for this year. We realize it's a huge lift and it would be really difficult to get through, but we're not going to give up just because people say it's hard. I wouldn't have any grants if I gave up every time somebody said it was hard. So we're going to keep pushing. And even if we don't get it, we learn through the process of how do we message better. You know, I've learned little things like just the use of the word planning in RFMP causes us a problem because people don't think we actually do anything other than plan. So a lot of this is just our message and how to learn through this. As far as the workshop idea, I think that's, you know, that would be a great workshop topic, and to even get Cal OES in here, they were invaluable in making our application successful for Grimes. The amount of energy and advice that they gave us was like, frankly, just shocking, and how wonderful it was. So that's really good. But then there's other challenges I think that locals face in doing it and bringing together people of how to get through those challenges. And the ones that I thought of while we were talking is just, how to administer a grant. And we're all pretty good at administering state grants, but when it comes to the FEMA and federal grants, they're way more complicated and frankly, a little bit stressful, because if you mess up, it's a lot of money on the table. And so just how to administer the grants, innovative ways for cash flowing. None of these grants come with advances. This is a $26 million grant the small community of Grimes is going to be trying to cash flow. Those are big challenges that a lot of communities, I think, they just don't apply because they don't know how to get past those challenges. So I think there's a lot of meat for that workshop idea. From the Flood Control Association as well, we are the sponsor of one of those resources bonds. It was a $6 billion flood-focused bond. So we're continuing to work through that. We realize there's a lot of other ones, and so there's a lot of effort, but we're hopeful that we will see a bond get passed that will allow these flood projects to move forward. So, yes. So those were. I'm happy to assist in any way with any of those.
Well, we'll call on you.
Yeah, no, my experience as well is that there's some really great staff at OES and they speak FEMA, which is a whole language. And many of them worked there. It's similar to our board where we have lots of people that have worked at U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. So they understand inherently what they're going to be looking for in applications. And that's really valuable to convey to those that are doing the original writing of the application. So we should definitely follow up on doing more of that. I know on the panel I was at the flood forum, there was the woman from OES, but there's lots of other people that could participate in helping more hands-on. Not speaking for them, but but I'm sure they would be happy to be asked. That's what they do.
Well, we're making notes to how to do this. We might be meeting more than twice a month. Laughing at me. Okay. Any other comments on that? Thank you so much for doing that. We were hoping for Deputy Director Lipner, but he's down in Slurry Basin. So, Thank you. We're now going to lose Member Bosler. Something to do with your daughter. I don't know. All right. They're going to do the legislative update, or we're going to do the middle mile. So let's do rock, scissors, paper between the two of you. I think moving toward legislative update, given our conversation, is the flow. So let's go to that, Mr. Soon.
Great, thank you, President Dolan. I'll be quick, and also thank you, Board Member Bosler, for the information as well. It was very much appreciated. Along those lines, today is the last day to get the bills to fiscal committees, of which the 12 bills that we're watching, all of them are in fiscal now. So they made it through their policy committees, including 4 of the bond measures, potential bond measures that are going through. Federally, I just wanted to highlight just as of Wednesday, the House passed their Limit, Save, Grow Act. Now, this is to raise the debt ceiling until March of 2024. However, it does decrease the spending by 130 billion from last year's down to FY22 levels. So we understand we've heard debt on arrival as in other terms and in the other chambers. So we'll see how that goes. But as you all know, that will set the spending priorities, the top line budget priorities for the appropriations process for FY24. So we continue to watch that. Also, Chairman Graves, House T&I, mentioned that they will begin work on WRDA 2024 at the end of this year. So that's something we'll keep an eye on and work with our DWR partners to see what we want to put forth in that act. And then finally, as Member Bosler mentioned, ASA Connor released a memo what defines disadvantaged communities, four primary items that consist of per capita income being 80% or less of the national average, unemployment rates being below the national average, Indian country as defined by federal law, and then any disadvantaged community that is defined or mentioned and described by the Council Environmental Quality or CEQ. So now we have some specificity around what disadvantaged communities are. So with that, take any questions.
We're moving forward on this cost benefit there. So we can define the disadvantaged communities and they can qualify for funding, but it just wasn't there before because economically they don't have the capacity.
Yeah.
But they clearly have the need. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I will quickly mention from our congressional delegations back in DC, we also heard a need to focus on priorities and being very specific in our asks. So that's just something we can keep in mind as we move ahead.
Help us with that.
Absolutely.
Member comments? Audience? Online? Any hands up? Oh, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I believe that we are now at board item 10B, as in Bob. Your estimate there was starting at 1 o'clock.
My estimate was 2:30.
Okay. You revised that, huh? Thank you for
yes, I
your
did.
patience. I have to jumble it up best we can, but we'll get to you. Okay. This is a important project. Stressful, I'm sure. So share with us what's going on.
Okay, good afternoon, President Dolan, members of the board, Michael Wright, Chief Engineer. Item 10B is somewhat of a quick update on staff activities related to the middle mile broadband network that we've been working on. All right, a little bit of background on the project. It was initiated by Governor's Executive Order in 73-20, mandated by Senate Bill 156, that the state create a statewide open access middle mile broadband network that will build infrastructure and bring high-speed broadband service to underserved and underserved communities. California Department of Technology is overseeing and leading the effort, and California Department of Transportation, Caltrans, will actually construct the approximately 10,000 miles of network. There's an estimated 190 crossings through state plan flood control facilities, including levees, as well as our regulated streams and designated floodways, which will create 190 approvals, permits, or other approvals from the board, and at least that many construction inspections that the staff will take care of. Of those 190, approximately 50 will require Core 408 review and approval. Say 9 to 12 months for core approval. It can go longer, it can go shorter. And the target date to issue permits to Caltrans is July 2024. So we have just over a little year to make this happen. Want to include a couple Google clips to give an idea visually of the middle mile broadband project. The white lines are where they propose to put facilities for the middle mile broadband project. The colorful lines are state plan of flood control levees, with the exception of the red lines, which are private levees. Our regulated streams and designated floodways are not shown on these, but there will also be, crossings on regulated streams and designated floodways. On the left map is the Sacramento River Basin. On the very top part of that, I pointed out Chester, where we do have facilities. We have a small dam. And this project will affect our facilities in Chester as well as throughout the entire Central Valley, because it's a statewide project. Map on the right is San Joaquin River Basin, Stockton on the top, Fireball down to the south. For the update of staff activities in April, we are working to develop an interagency agreement among the board, CDT and Caltrans. Within that, we've identified resource needs and finalized the cost estimate for the interagency agreement. We're finalizing the scope of work, and as you could see from the previous two exhibits, it's a huge scope of work stretching our entire jurisdiction in the Central Valley. We're working with DWR Contract Services to expedite the interagency agreement process, and we've are in the process of looking at options to assess existing DWR contracts, which we would use to hire a consultant, have a consultant on board that will help with the additional workload that's 1.5 to 2 times staff's current workload for any given year or permitting. And next, we're working to develop a streamlined permitting process. Staff's been working with Caltrans, looking at Title 23 to establish somewhat of a standards compliance matrix that will assist in Caltrans preparing the application so they know what is Title 23 required. It will also assist when we do have consultants on board doing a review of those applications. It'll assist so they know that that application is Title 23 compliant. We've heard and talked to core staff. They are working to develop a categorical permission specific for this project, which would help expedite the processing of the applications through the 408 process. And we've also advised Caltrans to start talking to our local maintaining agencies who will be affected by this process. They will typically require somewhat of a review of the applications, and we require an endorsement from our LMA partners. So the sooner the Caltrans can start working with our LMAs as well, the better for the entire process. Next steps. Finalizing that interagency agreement to establish a funding mechanism for board permitting and inspection activities, developing a task order from an existing DWR contract to acquire necessary consultant support, continue our coordination with CDT and Caltrans for application submittal, and continue coordination with the Corps and local maintaining agencies for streamlined permitting is our goal, and provide regularly scheduled updates to the board through our executive officer reports at board meetings, as well as verbal presentations to the board. And that concludes the presentation.
Are any of these potential locations so similar in a group that there can be one permit from any of them, or is it site specific?
I believe they're mostly site specific, but we are working, to kind of group them where we have similar types of crossings, so we can set up almost standards for those similar type of crossings and make the process easier.
And yeah, I know it's a big effort to do something fast. So yeah, appreciate all the work and the update. Comments, board members? Board members here. Does Mr. Johnson have his hand up? Oh, room? Fine. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, let's consider that. I've created a mess with my agenda, so I'm not exactly sure where we are. Moving back, and even though the mess is my fault, so there we are. Where are we? Number 11. Executive officer and branches monthly activity reports. We did receive board administration. We did receive operations, and we heard today the verbal report of the flood system improvement branch, and we received environmental services and land management and flood planning and programs. Anyone brave enough to prolong this meeting to make a comment? Okay, board member comments and committee dates, committee updates, item 12. I just wanted to bring to your attention, because I want to daylight this, because I'm working with staff on what would be the appropriate place for continuous knowledge of where we're going to meet. So today we're here at the EPA building and we started at 10, and neither one of those, in my estimation, are we going to repeat. Going to be at 9 o'clock. Member Johnson said that despite the train schedule changes, that he's happy to drive both he and Member Ramirez from the Bay Area. So we can do that. And members Dolan and Grego can go back to getting up and leaving an hour earlier, which we will do. So I will tell you that the options that we're considering, and I would like you to give input by email to our executive officer. I'm going to describe what the issues are. The CNR, the California Natural Resources Building, will provide us the auditorium. We have all had experience there. They have not yet modernized completely and assured that the audio, visual, and hybrid participation can 100% be effective. So I want you to know that that is very troubling and stressful to the person who runs the meeting and the assistance that we receive from our staff to be sure that people who are logging in or calling in can hear, can let us know that they want to talk and that we can hear from them. And it's a beautiful room, and it's a beautiful functional building for everything except our meeting, because it was designed before hybrid participation. So there it is, apart from the fact that the video screens that the board can see are so small that I need a telescope, but that could just be me. The second is where we have been meeting at the Sacramento Area Council of Governments, which is relatively accessible, comfortable. We can rearrange the room. We get a lot of assistance. It does cost. It does cost. By the way, if we were to go to the CNRA auditorium and we wanted to be sure that the audio visual work, it will cost 4 figures each time to do that. So that's kind of, I would love to be there. And I think if they can let us know that they have revamped that system so it's functional, that would be on the table. But for me, I don't think it is. You may not agree, but just let Executive Officer Leaf know. And then third is, Ryan Jones has let us, the executive staff and your president, know that the city of Sacramento will provide our meeting space on a permanent basis for the rest of this calendar year. Is that correct? At their council chambers. Some of us who are longer term board members remember meeting there, and it was appropriate and functional, and it has all of the systems because they have been doing hybrid for a while, and they will not charge us. So those are that. So if you would indicate by email to our executive officer your 1, 2, 3 priority, that would be helpful. And do it by close of business Monday. Or do it right now. Go ahead and text him. If you want to keep this going. Okay, board workshop, May 12th. We were looking at to be at SACOG, but we also had some concern that maybe there was not time to prepare for a workshop. But we sure had at least 5 workshop ideas that came up today. So perhaps the executive team could talk about whether or not something can occur there. Even do a tour to MA, whatever, MA3. Thought. Coordinating committee, again, is not going to meet in May. And I'm not, or we are. We didn't meet in April because everyone was in Washington, D.C. Yeah, I think we're working on May. It's troubling to get that going again because a lot of the folks who would be presenters or there as our stakeholders have been so very involved in the Southern San Joaquin that's their entire focus. So our next business meeting is for the board is Friday, May 26th. It'll be hybrid and it'll be where we appropriately think that it needs to be. So it will be one of those 3. But if it's CNRA, maybe I'll let you run it. Okay. Wow. There is no closed session today. Is there anything on the agenda I missed? Board member comments. I didn't ask for board members. Got some committee or updates there? Are you getting geared up to say something, member? Grigg?
Yeah, I just want to share a little bit. I had the opportunity to go out with Sutter County Flood Control Agency to look and tour their area, see how they fared as far as the high water time. It was really educational. I really enjoyed the time that they gave to me. The other one was I had the opportunity to listen to our distinguished board member, Tim Ramirez, on the video yesterday, making the most of a wet weather. And they had a great panel. And the topics, some of the things that were said, I think would make great workshops as well. And so they were asked a series of questions and on policy, you know, about what are the challenges and how can we change it? And, you know, they asked about the wish list and, you know, one of them said finding a way to extend the governor's executive order for water storage. And also Tim did mention about putting the Tulare Basin in the flood plan, but he also said supporting the people who will be flooded this year. It was important as far as the wish list goes. Evacuation planning was another one. Nitrates in the water were consideration, and also, let's see, nitrates in the water, more education on insurance. As Tim stated, some of the homeowners they have the insurance, but renters don't. And so, you know, something to think about. Anyway, it was great. And I just was really proud of Tim and the way he, you know, has such a depth of knowledge. You're welcome.
Thank you for saying that. I have this note here to highlight Member Ramirez. I don't want to steal your thunder, but it was. And I think that it's available as a recording. So we can highlight that. I spent a little bit of time a couple of days ago putting together, I'm a newspaper person. I'm not a news online person. I'm a news. And my household gets 5 newspapers every day. So I've been just tearing out all those that had anything to say about flooding. First ones were the Cosumnes River, which were not part of the news anymore. And I had quite a pile, but I left it on my dining room table. So maybe I'll just show you that, but you know that. So some of the highlights recently, the governor did issue a pretty long press release and information of the tour that he took there in Lower San Joaquin and spoke of the assistance and analysis and coordination among water agencies that's occurring. So if you want to go to the governor's website, that's really interesting reading of everything that's going on. And then the Department of Water Resources has posted on their website their efforts and with specificity of the 4 counties for the Tulare Basin area to plan how to handle all the various estimates of snow melt so that people's lives, property, and important infrastructure can be protected without devastating the economy in that part of the state. So lots of challenges going on and a lot of things. But what highlighted to me when I read that was at the bottom where it said, also looking to find measures to ensure that as much of the floodwater that is possible can be captured for groundwater recharge opportunities. What's missing from that sentence is by modernizing the designated floodway, but I will continue to advocate for that. Square button. We need the designated floodway. We need a place for floodwater to be identified, to go, that's safe and appropriate. And that's our job. And we need the resources to see that that occurs. I don't think we have anything else. Closing remarks. Your first meeting there, so you can leave and recover, and we all can too. So, any last remarks, anyone? Thank you very much, staff. Thank you, board. We are adjourned.